Here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone, 'cause I know what it means to walk alone the lonely street of dreams. Hey guys, welcome back to another stream of Work on a Dream with me. Let me get some music. And as you guys can see, I am using Toon Boom. I got Toon Boom. We have upgraded our animation software to its limit. Oopsie. Joseph Nebios is first. Hey Joseph. Welcome to the stream. How are you today? Let's do the Veteran 7 Days thing. What kind of story should I say? Greetings, ladies, and gentle. Is this the horror story that we're having today? Joseph not having a continuation of your greetings? What should our story be? But can you hear me? Let's have some inspiration, I guess. Alright, see ya, Joseph. Yeah, very sad. That is sad to hear. Hey Mizael, how's it going? I was texting Joseph because he has bad internet and cannot hear my streams. So how are you, Mizael? Great to have you with us. I am currently trying to do the Better in 7 Days challenge today, which is to write a horror story in 2 to 3 short sentences. And I'm currently looking for inspiration. Damn. Damn. Okay, the AC is too weak. Messiah says, I'll be coming and going since I'm at work. Alright, good luck at work, Messiah. What should I write? Nice. Okay, maybe we can do something with a haunted child, maybe. I'm not sure. Nah. Okay, this is a lot more difficult than I thought. This is actually a lot harder than I thought. Damn. What? Oh, Satan, I see. Right, let's do something really excited. Let's get started with learning to learn. Our course. That's cool. Station your first on project, exporting images. Okay. Available in the following journey, Harmony, Kickstart. Okay. Let's do it. Orientation. Download material. There's material. Orientation. Oh, this game might be slower since I'm downloading, but I'm supposed to be uploading, so it shouldn't matter. Back. I am back. Why is it downloading at such a slow rate? Not cool. Okay.
Welcome to this quick start tutorial on Toon Boom Harmony. My name's Jesse J. Jones, and I'm a professional animator from Portland, Oregon, and I also teach animation on YouTube. It's my goal to keep this tutorial as brief as possible so you can get started on animating right away. By the end of this tutorial, we'll create a scene just like this that has puppeted animation, frame-by-frame animation, and special effects animation. So let's get started. With Toon Boom Harmony, there's 3 different versions. There's Essentials, Advanced, and Premium. Make sure you've selected the right course for the program that you have. So with all versions of Harmony, this setup scene is pretty much the same, so let's go over each line one by one. The first line is the name of your project. Let's give it a name. And then the second line is the location where your file will be saved at. So we're going to click on Browse, and it'll open up an Explorer window, and we'll navigate to where we want to save our animation, and we'll hit this button, Select Folder. So when you're selecting a place to save your animation, you want to make sure to not select an external hard drive or a Dropbox folder, as the way that Toon Boom saves, you could end up losing your work, so make sure to save locally when you're working. The next line is our camera size, and this drop-down also affects the width, height, and frame rate. So they have different presets depending on which format you'd like to work in. Or you could also press this plus button, and here you can set up your own screen resolution by changing the width, height, and frame rate of your preset. Click Create, and you will now have a new camera size that you can select. But for this tutorial, we're going to work in HDTV 1080p at 24 frames per second. Pretty standard HD format. This is what I usually work in. So now that our settings are the way we want them, we're going to click Create Scene, and that will create our project folder. So now that our scene is created, we'll see
What YouTube channel is this?
we'll see the Toon Boom Harmony layout. But first, I want to show you how Toon Boom.
It's Toon Boom Animation. Let's subscribe. Maybe they'll have something interesting.
See the Toon Boom Harmony layout. But first, I want to show you how Toon Boom saves your file. If we navigate to where our file was saved, we can see that instead of a project file, there's actually a folder here that has the same name that we gave it earlier. So if we double click on that folder, we'll see inside here there's not too much. There's just a couple of folders, but nothing showing up. Well, if we go back to our project and we go to File, Save, and then we go back to our folder, we'll see we now have a stage file. So this is your project file, this is the file that you'll be working in, but if you'd like to work on a different computer or move this animation somewhere else, we don't want to copy just the stage file. We want to go up to the entire folder, and we want to move this entire folder to wherever we're going to be working in. So that's important to know. Everything that your animation contains is going to be inside this folder. So when you first start Toon Boom, you may notice when you grab your paintbrush and you try to draw, there's a little no symbol here. Well, that's because we don't have our layer selected. When you first start up Toon Boom, you kind of have to wake it up, sometimes either by selecting the transform tool and just clicking on something, or by selecting a layer down below. And you'll see our color palettes get occupied. That means we can now take our paintbrush and draw. So here's how to navigate around in Toon Boom Harmony. If you'll look around my window, you'll see a little red box around whatever window I have activated. If I click down in my timeline, you'll see a red box appears around the timeline and has moved away from the camera view. If I click into my tool properties, you'll see the same thing. So whatever shortcut you're using will affect whatever window has been highlighted. And by default, you have to click to select which window you want to have the shortcut work on. So for example, if I zoom in and out in my camera view, and then I click down in my timeline and I use the same shortcut, I'll zoom in and out on my timeline. So this works fine, but I prefer to have a setting turned on that's not on by default. So if we go under Edit and Preferences, or on a Mac, they're located under the Harmony menu. If we go into our General tab, you'll see this setting down here, Focus on Mouse Enter. Let's go ahead and turn that on. And we also have an autosave function, which, if you like autosaving, it's a good idea to have that enabled as well. And then once those are turned on,
Yeah, let's do focus on mouse enter. Yep.
we're going to click OK. And now you'll see it's a good idea to head on and see this set Mac, they're located under the Harmony menu. If we go into our General tab, you'll see this setting down here, Focus on Mouse Enter. Let's go ahead and turn that on. And we also have an autosave function, which, if you like autosaving, it's a good idea to have that enabled as well. And then once those are turned on, we're going to click OK. And now you'll see whatever window my mouse has moved to.
Auto scene, save scene automatically. Yes. Ask before saving. Yeah. Save every, I don't know, 5 minutes, I guess. He says, "Hey, I can't hear you. I'm at school. I'll be back in 3 hours."
We'll get that red highlight around it, so I no longer have to click on which window I want to be working in. So when using shortcuts, you want to make sure to have your mouse position in the window that you want to be using the shortcut in. For example, copy and paste in the camera view works very differently from copy and paste in the timeline view. Next, let's go over how you navigate in Toon Boom Harmony. Your navigation tools are over here on the left, and anytime you see a tool with a little arrow in the bottom right, that means you can hold down your mouse and we have a whole subsection of tools to pick from. So the hand pans our scene around, and the shortcut for that is to hold down the spacebar. To zoom in and out, we can select our zoom tool and click the zoom bar. To pans our scene around, and the shortcut for that is to hold down the spacebar.
Yeah, pretty standard.
To zoom in and out, we can select our zoom tool and click to zoom in and hold Alt and click to zoom out. You can also select zoom in or zoom out on your tool options, or you can press the hotkey of 2 to zoom in and 1 to zoom out. Now, if you're used to Photoshop, you may be thinking like, wait, isn't it supposed to be Control minus and Control plus to zoom in and out? On most programs, this is the case, but I like having 2 and 1 as zoom in and out because all my shortcut keys
Nice. 1 and 2 is fantastic.
that I use are on the left side of the keyboard, so I think that's pretty cool. And finally, we have our rotate view. So if we select that tool, you'll see an animation disc. This is like the old school Disney animation disc, and what animators would do is they would use it to turn their drawing around so that they can get more natural drawing strokes. And the hotkey for that is to hold Control and Alt at the same time and then click and drag with your mouse.
Nice.
If your view's gotten all wonky and you want it to go back to the original position, you can simply click this button down here, which is Reset View, and it will reset your view back to its default position. Next, we're going to go over the
So there's no hotkey for it? Okay.
tools in Toon Boom Harmony and how to draw with them.
Nice. Frames per second. Folder. Correct. You earned 10 points. Nice. Okay. I feel good about this topic. Yes. Wow. So good. Voting images. Sure. What does materials mean here? I don't even know. Download material. Dun 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 da 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 dun 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 dun. Also, I wanna check out something. File, sport, animated GIF. Okay, so we can export a GIF. But can we export a PNG sequence? That is Adobe.
Import this model layer and use it as an image, I can go up to File, Export, Layout Image. Or with Harmony Essentials, it would be Export, Images. And when this pop-up shows up, I don't have Export Images in my premium version, so I'm just showing you with an image, but prefix up, I don't have to File, Export, Layout Image. Or with Harmony Essentials, it would be Export, Images. And when this pop-up shows up, I don't have Export Images in my premium version, so I'm just showing you with an image, but prefix is the name you would have before your image. Path is where you would browse to save your image. File type, I would usually use a PNG, But you could also use a JPEG, Targa, or whatever file type you want. Color mode I would leave the same, and for color depth, you'd want 8 bits per channel if it doesn't have transparency, and you'd want 16 bits if it does have transparency. For the range, if you only want it for one image, you'd want to select selected.
Hmm. What? Ah, why is this exported as a Photoshop file? That is not cool. PSD? What? No. Wanna export a PNG sequence?
Frames and choose what frame you'd want in both of these columns, and then you'd press OK. But under Toon Boom Harmony Premium, it's under File, Export, Layout Image. So now this window pops up with all these options. You can select where you want to save your image at, the file name that you want, and also the file format. I always use PNG4 just because it supports transparency, and it's pretty
PNG4? What? That is not cool. Hmm. Nice. Okay. So I have more control in Toon Boom, which is fantastic. Export OpenGL frames, render write modes. PNG.
compatible with a lot of other applications as well. You can also expand your render area if you wanted to export, say, a background that goes beyond your camera view. You can scale it so it's bigger, which is nice because it's a vector program, so you can scale this any size you want, but we'll leave it at 100%. You can also select if you want to export your line art, color art, underlay, or just leave it as is, which is what I usually do. And then we'll press OK, and that's it. Now we have our character model all exported and colored in and ready to use for reference in our animation.
What? That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Hey, that's sad. That's not what happened with me. Maybe it's because of the color? How do I check the color? 1, 2, 6. I were white and you were white. You would always win the fight. Bang, bang, you shot me down. Bang, bang, I hit the ground. Bang, bang, I used to shoot you down. Wait, what? Did I just add this here? Okay, this is what I got. I mean, it's correct. But why is the background black? Why is it black? Camera. Sure. Whatever. Maybe this will change if we export the whole thing. Well, that didn't change. I want the whole PNG sequence, man. It's not cool. Bang, bang, you shot me down, bang, bang. I hit the ground, bang, bang. Control Shift Y. Render right nodes. What do you mean render right nodes? This is working on it. Don't understand anything. Rich sequence. All frames. I mean, Harmony Premium should have this, right? It's only in Essentials. What do you mean? Wow, just one frame. So cool. Very cool. Okay. Let me sign like this. Nice. Talking to the moon. Oh, nice. I like this. Jesus says, greetings, ladies and gentle disappointed Cyberbug 277 players. I am back. My dad paid the router bills. Nice. That's always good to hear. Welcome back, Joseph. I'm glad you figured and fixed your internet stuff. Talking to the moon. Wait, what? Why can I not select this? Oh, that's so weird. Message retracted. Alright, keep your secrets. Nice. Man, I love this. I love this tool. It's really good. It's gonna save me so much time working. Joseph says, so Arfus, you're learning Harmony. So Adobe, don't slurp your wallet. Not sure how to tell you this, but maybe you can look up how much Harmony costs. This is not a budgetary decision. Walk into the moon. But I did use my student email to get a huge discount. Couldn't afford it otherwise, really. What did I want to do? I wanna find out how to export in freaking. How do I export a PNG sequence?
A bunch of squiggly lines, and animation is applied. So if you're using advanced or essentials, then once you go into export, you have images as an option, which you can use to export it out as a transparent image. But for premium, there's a bit of a workaround over here in order to get transparent image. That is transparent image sequence. So for that, I'm just going to go around onto this plus right icon right here, and I'm going to go to the node view. So here on the right option right here, I need to right click over here and go on to layer properties.
What?
On the layer properties, what you have to do is, here's the drawing type, as you can see. So I need to change this around into PNG4. So let's just go around over here, choose PNG4 just like this. So once we choose PNG4, we are done with the right option right here, and we have to click close. Then we go to file right here, and then export it out as render right node, just like this. So I'm just going to go around here, go on to render right node. All of the frame is what I'm going to select, and I'm going to preview this at the end as well, so later I can find out where my files is exported. So I'm just going to hit OK.
Yeah.
Okay, right here, and then it renders out each of the frame in
This is supposedly the best animation software in the world.
as you can see right there. So almost done with the rendering right there. And there you go, the rendering is done, and there's the preview window right here where all of the frames are being loaded out just like that, as you can see right here. So if I were to right click on this and go on to let's say for example loaded file properties, you can see where it is stored out. So it is stored out in my documentation, as you can see right here. So it's stored out in my documents in my test.
So it's a bit complicated, huh? All into them. Toon Boom test. TGA. Jobs. Environments. Talking to the moon. Node view. right? Format PNG image file name folder. I guess this makes sense. Folder frames. Sure, I guess. Now let's do it. Render right nodes. Okay. Let's see. Oh, it's 1 to 60. Okay. At least now we got somewhere. Going somewhere is always good than not going somewhere. Talking to the moon. Color plus alpha. Yes. 16, please. Now let's try again. Control Shift Y. Yes. Sport rendering. No, I wanted to animate only 6 frames. Darn it. Why are you not responding? Joseph says, what the hunk is a PNG? I feel that the resources for Harmony is a little bit cheap, as the stylist lady says. Resources for Harmony? It's a little bit cheap? What do you mean by that? And I think, well, I said PNG, not PNZ. Like PNG file, not PNZ. And it's not cheap at all. It's actually a lot higher quality than Adobe Animate. Talking to the moon. Yes, everything works. Everything works. Okay, this is fantastic, honestly. So if I were to load these in my thing, my texture packer, it would work, right? Talking to the moon. Yes, it would work. Nice. Alova, lova. Madame lista bombastic, did fantastic. Okay, let's try one more thing. Alova, lova. Man, this is a lot easier to handle. Where's my onion skin, by the way? It's just onion skin. Oh, these are layers. There, my onion skin. How do I enable onion skins? Think it's something general here, maybe? I know the person is gonna say this in the tutorial, but I like to feel in control before I am in the tutorial. This is the onion skin? Kinda looks like an onion. Yeah, show onion skin. Yes. Why does it not show my onion skin? Show onion skin. It doesn't show the onion skin. Joseph says, no, I mean the tutorial man that says how to export to PNG. He has an accent. He said PNG instead of PNG. Oh, that's not resources for Harmony. That's an outside resource, I think. That's from a guy called TuberTube. That has nothing to do with Harmony. with Toon Boom's resources. I just found it on YouTube. This is the resource. This is the thing I'm following. Yeah, we finally fixed this thing. Now I don't understand why I cannot see anything in my onion skin. Yeah, I guess this is the project. Advanced onion skin. What does advanced onion skin do? I do not know. Talking to them. Nice. I can zoom in and out with 1 and 2, just as I can with 1 and 2 here. Yeah, it's way better. Way better. Like the animations that are in Adobe Animate. Let me show you how they look like. Animate. Learn. Nope, not on Skillshare. Not on Udemy. Like the animation that it had looks like this. Like, let me show you.
Among the greatest new features of Adobe Animate CC is the Paintbrush tool, which gives you the ability to use vector art and pattern brushes within your creative process.
This is what it looks like for Adobe Animate. Let me show you how it looks like for Harmony. And this is like the first project. I've never seen anything else.
And I also frame by frame animate
Like, look.
YouTube. It's my goal to keep possible so you can get started on puppeted animation, frame
This
by
is the
frame
resource.
animation, and special effects animation. So let's get started. With Toon Boom Harmony.
And I'm sure it gets even better because I saw a lot of stuff. But yeah, it's so much better. Like, this is the best animation out of all of the Adobe Animate ones. Yeah, Harmony is fantastic. Porting images. First I want to figure out the onion skin stuff. You know what? I'll let you explain it. I'll go through the tutorial the right way. How to import a bitmap image into your scene among other formats. You can bring in JPGs, PNGs, even PSDs as multiple layers. Additionally, you can also bring in MP4s as image sequences. Nice. You couldn't even do this. You couldn't do this in Animate. This means this is good.
Let's go over how to import images and templates in Toon Boom Harmony. So here I have our background image, which was created in Photoshop. And over here on our layers, you'll notice each section is in its own group. So it's important to put the layers that you want in their own groups. This is how Toon Boom Harmony recognizes how to separate your Photoshop file. To import this Photoshop file, we're going to go up to File, Import, and Images. Or
I want to check this out. It's 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Oh, this is everything. Okay. So cancel. So I guess this is number 3. Export, extract to, yes. Yes, sir. This is going to be the final result. Nice. 2-second animation. They even have the animation principles correct. Like, look, it's stretching, and then it's squashing. Nice. So the guys have an idea what they're doing. Alright, I'm hungry. I'll be right back. I am back. Backity back. Back. This is polished, yes. Yes, it is. Okay, now let's get back to the tutorial.
You could select this button up here called Import Images, and then a window will pop up where we can import our image. So we're going to click Browse and navigate to where our Photoshop file is. Then we'll select it and click Open. And we also want to import it as a layer based on the file name, so we'll just leave that as is. And it'll also give us the option to convert it to a Toon Boom vector drawing or make it a Toon Boom bitmap drawing. We're just going to keep it as the original bitmap. And then for alignment, I'm going to select Fit. And for Alpha, I'm going to select Straight so it keeps the same transparency. And I'll click OK. And a message will pop up saying some of the items you are importing contain multiple layers. Please indicate how you wish these items to be imported. So here I can import my file as a single layer, my groups as layers, or as individual layers. My layers are in groups, so I'm going to select Group as Layers, and for transparency, I'm going to select Straight, and then click OK. So now we have our background imported, and all of my separate elements are on their own layers. You'll also
Nice.
notice if I zoom out, my background doesn't quite match my scene size.
Oh, that's so cool. Let's import, I guess. Browse. Downloads. Materials. 3. What? I have no idea where the file is.
So I want to resize our background. We'll select it and click Open. And we also want to import it after drawing Open. And we also want to import Photoshop file is. Then we'll select it and click Open. And we also want to import images. And then a window will pop our own groups. Let's go over how to import images and templates in Toon Boom Harmony. So here I have our background image, which was created in Photoshop. And over here on our layers, you'll notice each section is in its own group. So it's important to put the layers that you want in their own groups. This is how Toon Boom Harmony recognizes how to separate your Photoshop file. To import this Photoshop file, we're going to go up to File.
Okay, maybe it's here somewhere. Scene, VO1, file folder. This one, yeah, okay. Export, 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 extract to. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yep. Keep as original bitmap. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. Multiplied with white. Nope. The straight bit.
Import, and Images. Or you could select this button up here called Import Images, and then a window will pop up where we can import our image. So we're going to click Browse and navigate to where our Photoshop file is. Then we'll select it and click Open. And we also want to import it as a layer based on the file name, so we'll just leave that as is. And it'll also give us the option to convert it to a Toon Boom vector drawing or make it a Toon Boom bitmap drawing. We're just going to keep it as the original bitmap. And then for alignment, I'm going to select Fit. And for Alpha, I'm going to select Straight so it keeps the same transparency. And I'll click OK. And a message will pop up saying some of the items you are importing contain multiple layers. Please indicate how you wish.
Now let's see. Oh, it's on frame number 1. This is cool. So, you can do this. Oh, this is shadows. Okay. That's cool.
wish these items to be imported. So here I can import my file as a single layer, my groups as layers, or as individual layers. My layers are in groups, so I'm going to select group as layers, and for transparency, I'm going to select straight, and then click OK. So now we have our background imported, and all of my separate elements are on their own layers. You'll also notice if I zoom out, my background doesn't quite match my scene size. So I want to resize this, and the way I'm going to do that is by clicking the top layer, scrolling down to my bottom layer, holding Shift and selecting the bottom layer, so it selects all of my layers, and then I'm going to use this transform button over here. And
Yeah,
this is my animate button. We'll go over this in more detail later, but since I'm not animating this scale up that I'm going to do, we click and hold the animate button and select animate all frames. And then I'm going to hold Shift and hold the animate button, detail later, but since I'm not animating this scale up, this is my animate button. We'll go over this in more detail later, but since I'm not animating this scale up that I'm going to do, we click and hold the animate button and select animate all frames. And then I'm going to hold Shift and drag from these corners so it keeps the same aspect ratio. If I don't hold Shift, it looks like this, so I want to make sure to hold Shift to keep the same aspect.
Yeah, we got it. Okay, at least it didn't crash.
Aspect ratio, and I'll resize it to match our scene. Then when I'm done resizing, I'll just click and hold and select Animate Current Frame again. And you'll
Okay. Okay, you can see the onion skin here now. Oh, it's because you need to select the layer. Oh, this is so good. I face this problem a lot in Adobe Animate because I just want a single layer to see, and I keep disabling and enabling some layers. This is fantastic. Arfis, you need a second monitor for your multitasking. You can get a cheap used 60 Hz monitor if you want. This is a second monitor. I mean, I'm using two different monitors. You mean a third one then? That I can watch tutorials on? Is that what you mean? I mean, I can watch tutorials on the other screen. I'm just showing the screen here so you guys can see it as well. I don't feel like I need a third monitor. Maybe it will be useful. Who knows? Maybe.
also notice that our background only lasts for one frame, so we want to extend the exposure.
Okay, let's see. Oopsie. Oopsie doopsie. Okay, maybe we can have a second screen so I don't have to keep going from one screen to the next. Now let's do this. Don't use your tablet screen for multitasking. Well, I'm using this screen, this one, to read your messages. No. Should be animate current frame, animate onions in range. Okay, this is really cool. Animate current frame. Okay, so I already know how to do something really important early on. It took me a while to learn to do in in Adobe Animate.
Of all of these layers. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to select the last frame on my top layer, and then I'm going to scroll down, hold down Shift, and select the last frame on my bottom layer right here. And that'll select the last frame of all of my layers, and then I'm going to right-click and select Extend Exposure. Or I could press the hotkey of F5, which is what I usually use. So that'll extend our background for the entire length of our scene.
Nice.
If we want to change the length of our scene, we...
Okay, let's see. F5. Noise. Following errors occurred. Okay. How do you delete? By pressing delete. Wow. So much easier. Be right back. Joe says I will be right back. Right, take your time.
We can either drag these red brackets here to change the length of our scene, or we can go up to Scene and Scene Length, and we can change it here. And if I want to group all these layers so they don't take up so much space in my timeline, I can do the same thing by shift selecting all the layers I want to group. So I'm not going to select my foreground element because I want that to be separate. I'm going to just select my background layers, and I'm going to right click and select Group Selection. And that'll put all of my layers into this group, which I can then minimize by clicking on this minus button here. And since I don't want to select any of these layers accidentally while I'm
Why can I not move? Why can I not move? No. Yeah, there is a thing here. Yeah, there we go. Quick group selection. Okay. good to me.
Animating, I can lock them by clicking this lock button right here. For templates, we are going to use this window over here called the library. And if you don't see that, it's under Windows and Library. The library window is where we can save character rigs. For templates, we are going to use this button here. And since I don't want to select any of these layers accidentally while I'm animating, I can lock them by clicking this lock button right here. For templates, we are going to use this window over here called the library. And if you don't see that, it's under Windows and Library. The library window is where we can save character rigs, single layers, or even whole animation scenes. So the way it works is over here on the left is where all of your folders will be, and then over on the right is where all your templates will be located. If a folder has a lock on it like you see here, that means you cannot import anything into it. To open it, you can right-click on it and say Write to Modify, and that will open the folder. So now you can right-click inside this window and go to Import Files. So this is how you would import things into your library, like Swift files or other files. So I'm going to use our Assets folder, which contains all of our example files. And then back in Toon Boom Harmony, we're going to right-click our folder section, go to Open Library, and we'll navigate to where our Assets folder is. So one very important thing to note about templates is these look like folders. In fact, you can actually navigate inside of these. But I want you to treat these like files. So if it has a .tpl at the end, I want you to treat these like a file and not a folder. So what that means is to import these, I want to select the folder that is above our .tpls. So if I were to select my .tpl, and you can see it right here, what folder it's going to import, and then select folder, you'll see in our library window, it's opened our .tpl file as a folder. So this is actually useless to me. I can't import this or use this or bring in my character at all. So I'm going to close that by right-clicking it and saying Close Library. And I'm going to open it correctly by going Open Library again and navigating above my
Let's see. Why do they keep giving me errors? Does it think I'm closing these? Where's the library? Windows workspaces? Why is it not restoring? Okay, there we go. Wait, what? There we go. Library. Joseph says, hey Arthas, I have an idea. Why you don't try to change Toon Boom Skin GUI to Adobe Animate Skin GUI, if possible? I just started using Toon Boom. I have no idea what I'm capable of. And also, the GUI doesn't look bad. I know Adobe Animate's GUI is a lot simpler, but that's mostly because it has a lot less to do. A lot less features than compared to Toon Boom. In comparison to Toon Boom. Oh, this is Node View. Ah. Okay. So this closes it. So I had it, but I closed it. Okay. I see, I see. So here, what we wanted to do was...
and I'm going to open it correctly by going Open Library again and navigating above my .tpl files. And you'll see the folder it's going to open here. So it's my Assets folder. So I'll click Select Folder to open it. And you'll now see our Assets folder here. And if we select it, you'll see all of our .tpl files have imported into our library here. So now I can take my...
Okay. First, let's see where that is. I think that is number 2. Extract to... Yep, okay. Sans PRM.tpl. Okay. Right click. Open library. Nope. Nope. Okay. There you go.
Which was created in Photoshop. And over here on our layers, you'll notice each section is in its own group. So it's important to put the layers that you want in their own groups. This is how Toon Boom Harmony recognizes how to separate your Photoshop file. To import this Photoshop file, we're going to go up to File, Import, and Images. I'm going to open it correctly by going Open Library again and navigating above my .tpl files. And you'll see the folder it's going to open here. So it's my Assets folder, so I'll click Select Folder to open it. And you'll now see our Assets folder here. And if we select it, you'll see all of our .tpl files have imported into our library here. So now I can take my template and drag them onto my timeline. And if I want to save something into this folder, I can select all of the layers that I want to copy and then drag those over into my Assets folder. But you'll see it's actually not letting me do this, and that's because our Assets folder is locked. So I need to right-click this and say Write to Modify, and now I can select all of my character rig, my animation scene, or whatever I'm working on that I want to save, and drag it into my folder. And now I can give it a name,
Nice.
so you'll see it saved it as a .tpl file, which I can use in another scene or re-import back into this scene to reuse
That's
it.
cool.
You'll also see that it saved it in
This
this
is a lot
folder right
easier
here.
than
So if I don't want that
using,
anymore, I can right-click on it and
symbols
say
in
delete, or
Adobe
just press the
Animate.
delete key to get rid of it. And if I don't want this folder anymore, I can right-click on it and say close library. And it disappears. This does not delete the folder. If I go back, you'll see my folder still exists on my computer. So I can either delete this folder if I don't want it anymore, or just keep it in case I need it for another time. And that's how to
Okay.
import files and use templates in Toon Boom Harmony.
Nice. So this is the fish stick. Yep, that's it. This is the fish. This is its fins. Stop it. Stop giving me errors, please. This is a stick. Nice. Oh, it even has its own pivot point. That's cool. It imports the pivot point. Alrighty then. Let's move on. This guy is Jesse J. Jones. JJJ. Let's look at this guy. Check out his animations. So he worked in Cartoon Network. Nice. Join chat. By Frame Animator. Oh wow! He's been in Has-Been Hotel? Wow. That is fantastic. Whoa. We Bear Bears. Nice. It's too fishy for you. Don't like fish. Yeah, this guy is an actual heavy-duty animator. The guy that's teaching us.
I was gonna say that.
Because I know you. But please don't sing. This is serious.
Well, you know.
Yeah, fantastic. Nice. This is the guy that's teaching us in Toon Boom. Toon Boom did not spare budget in their tutorials. I can respect that. I can respect it. Library. What is the hotkey for extending exposure? 5. In order to make changes to folder, we must first no. You must unlock it. Right to modify. Select right to modify. Yeah. Yep, okay. Let's try edit. He wore white and I wore white. He would always win the fight. Bang, bang. He shot me down. Bang, bang. Yeah, it's very 5 stars. I mean, Disney animators use it. They used it to make Rick and Morty. Nobody really uses Adobe Animate. So there's no real comparison, I guess. Can I port this? Can't. Can I bring this here, this way? I can't either. Why? Why?
Scene or re-import back into this scene to reuse it. You'll also see that it saved it in this folder right here. Name. So you'll see it saved it as a .tpl file, which and now I can select all of my character rig, my animation scene, or whatever I'm working on that I want to save, and drag it into my folder. And now I can give it a name.
Hey, that doesn't happen when I do it. So I'm doing everything. Let's copy this, paste it here. Doesn't paste. It does not paste. It's so sad. Very sad. How come it works with this guy?
So you'll see it saved it as a .assets folder is locked. So I need to right click this and say write to modify. And now I can select all of my characters.
That's what I did. I click right to modify. Can't, because I need to right click, right to modify. Great news, there is rumors that Game Maker Studio 2 is gonna be for free. Oh, that's fantastic. Do you want to know what's been free for a long time? Unity. Do you also want to know what's free for a long time? Unreal Engine. Why can't I save it? This is a sucks. Why do you keep giving me errors? I'm sad. This is the first time I'm gonna use Toon Boom. Just gonna give me errors. Yeah, and Godot. Also, what is this? I don't get this. Let's close and open again. Save, I guess. Following errors occurred. Can I create element? Toon Boom test elements. Okay, discard then. Let's open Harmony again. Let's just create another one. It's called test 2. Open a scene. Where's the start? Open a scene. No. How do you start? Where's the start button? Do not show this window at startup. Create scene. Where's the create scene? Yeah, create scene. There we go. There we go. Yeah. I'll check something. Wait. I need to edit this all over again? Damn it. Okay, this is TJ, this is color plus alpha, this is PNG. This is 16. Leading zeros. Okay, Joseph says, now I'm hearing the sounds of Windows 10 and feeling the frustration of Arthas trying to fix Toon Boom. What irony. Yeah. Maybe it was with the last project. Maybe it'll be fixed now. We'll see. We'll find out. Next time. Wait, these import. Nice. That's really cool. Learn BG straight. Okay. Let's speedrun this. Speedrun this S. Hey, I can actually zoom in and zoom out now with 1 and 2. That is good. That is good. Now let's extend the exposure. To 60 frames. With F5. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now let's, if we hold, do we right click? No, we don't. Wait, do we right click with the second button? What does the second button do, by the way? Oh, it's right click here. Okay, that's great. Group selection. Great. Now we can lock this. Track color. Joseph says, I was Sonic 1's Green Hill theme song is playing in the background. JK. No. That's funny. Fish stick. Let's drop it here. Where the fish stick? Where the fish stick? Arthas cannot find. Or the fish stick does not exist. Wait! Are these the files that I made? Are these the files that I made from the last thing? Oh no. Oh no. What would have happened to... Girl who said he'd be true. Oh no. Yep. Okay, let's see. What happens if we draw? Okay, we can't. Let's right click this. And let's write to modify. Drag these here. Yeah, it works. Fantastic. And we didn't get any errors. Okay, so it was just a one time thing. Just scene. Where's the test scene? Wait a minute. Joseph says, but in all seriousness, Sonic 1's Green Hill theme is an absolute cheek slapping awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Sonic's theme was fantastic. Where's the Oh yeah, there it is. It's on the second thing. Okay. Girl who said he'd be true. Okay, this is fantastic, honestly. Let's delete this. Or delete thumbnails. New folder. Close library. Yeah. And let's redo this all over again. Girl who said he'd be true. Let's delete this. Let's extract to thing. This something. Okay, now we go to the next tutorial. I believe material, how to import. Yep. Okay, my library warning. Never open a Harmony scene or a template as a library folder, as you will not be able to access its content. Open the folder that contains the TPL folder to access and drag templates into your scene. Okay, select right to modify. 10 points. Must be logged in. Okay. Yeah, I'm signed in. F5. Select right to modify. Smooth answer. Just 10 points. Oh yeah. You have completed a module. Plus 50 points. You have completed a module. Brag about this. I'm gonna pass on that. I can brag on stream. Hey guys, I passed the module. Just saying. It's not much, but it's like a whole module. Other people make it a big deal, but I don't. Yeah, this is good. How do I move on to the next chapter? And yeah, sure. Thank you for your feedback. Jesse J. Jones. Even his name is cool. How to draw and animate with Harmony Premium. Okay, let's see. Beginner, 2 hours and 5 minutes. Whoa. Wait, was the other one 2 hours as well? No, 17 minutes. And I've been doing this for 2 hours. Okay. Okay. And this is for 2 hours and 5 minutes. So probably gonna take the rest of the stream, maybe. Let's find out. Using the drawing tools. Actually, let's download the material. Is it the same material? No. Okay. This topic, you will learn how to use various drawing tools that Harmony has to offer, including the pencil, cutter, contour editor tools. Okay. By Jesse J. Jones. Joseph says, "Oh, Magoose. Arfis has finished a module for a paid program. He is an absolute wizard." Absolutely. Thanks for the support in me bragging about finishing a module. Okay, that's...
So next, let's talk about our drawing tools. So the first
That's what she said. Wait, what did I say? I forget.
tool we're going to go over is the brush tool, which is located on the left side. And the way the brush tool works is if you have a drawing tablet that can detect pressure sensitivity, the lighter you press, the smaller your brush will be, and the harder you press, the thicker your brush will be. And if you want to change the settings on your brush, it's over here on the right under Tool Properties. And if you don't see this window, just go to Windows and Tool Properties. You can also drag these windows around by clicking their tabs and then dragging them to the section you want them to be. If you want to get rid of any of these windows, you can click this X button over here. And if you want to add any windows, you can also click this plus button here and select which window you'd like to add. If your workspace gets all messed up and you want to reset it back to the way it was before, simply go up to Windows and Restore Default Workspace, and it will reset your windows back to their default positions. Another thing to note with Toon Boom Harmony is each brushstroke that you do is like its own object. So if I created a circle with separate brushstrokes, each one of these brushstrokes is its own object. So I can select them and move them around. If you don't like this behavior and you want them to stay connected, we can select our brush tool, go down to our tool properties, and select this auto flatten button. And if I do the same thing, you'll see our shape has now flattened into one object. Another useful thing to know is how to flatten your artwork. So
Okay, that's actually really useful. That's also something that bothered me. No. I didn't mean to open another version of Harmony. No. Never mind, that was no problem at all. I don't know why I made a big deal out of it. Tool properties. Okay, how do you auto flatten again? Nope. What? Okay. How do you auto flatten? Is this auto flatten? How do you auto flatten? Auto flatten, okay. So this is without. Let me select. Message: you have added a stroke to the drawing, but it will not be visible. Okay. Yep. They're the same. What about we do auto flatten? No, this is something else. Merges a drawing and objects. Okay, nice. It's really cool. You couldn't do that with Adobe Animate, so this is really useful. So, and also what I really like with the cutter tool is instead of having to like erase stuff like this, like you have to delete this whole thing, you can do this. Like, let me show you. You can get a cutter tool and just it'll detect the extra area and delete it. You don't have to delete everything manually. Like this will just be deleted. I love this so much. Just fantastic. The cutter tool is OP. Talking in Aussie accent, I don't know how to do an Aussie accent. I just know how to say "G'day, mate." That's it. crikey, there's another alligator here.
If you draw something with a lot of brushstrokes, sometimes if you have too many brushstrokes, it can really clog up your scene. So
Yeah.
a useful thing to do is after you're done drawing your artwork is to take your black arrow tool, select it all, and pressing this flatten button over here, which flattens your artwork into one piece of art instead of several. Or you can also select it and press the hotkey Alt-Shift-F, and that will also flatten your artwork.
This is auto flatten, right? Yep, okay. Fantastic, it works. I don't know why I had to check, but
These
it works.
other options with your brush tool are draw behind and repaint. So draw behind, pretty self-explanatory. Whatever you draw will appear behind whatever has already been drawn on screen. And the repaint brush will repaint whatever art, whatever has already. So draw behind options with your brush tool are draw behind and repaint. So draw behind, pretty self-explanatory.
Nice.
Whatever you draw
I love this.
will appear behind whatever
Love
has
this so
already
much.
been drawn on screen. And the repaint brush
This is gonna be
will
so
repaint
good.
whatever art is already on your drawing canvas. So that's useful for doing.
Nice. This is. I love this. I love this so much. This is fantastic. This is such a good tool. I have no idea why I've been using Adobe Animate. Wow, this is just wow. So I can just draw a circle, fill the circle, and just draw a different color where the colors. Let's say okay, I need a bigger screen. Where's white? Okay, whatever. Let's say I want this. I want to texture it or do whatever. All I need to do is just draw repaint, right? This is repaint. Bit color art. Autofill. This is draw behind. I can draw behind it, which is fantastic. Where's repaint? Excuse me, what is repaint? Wait.
Doing colored lines or
Yeah, it's like a brush thing.
drawn on screen. And the repaint.
Okay, where is it? This is the repaint, right? Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Okay, where's the repaint tool? Is this it? New tool preset? No. Where's the repaint? What is the Whoa, look at this. Look at this. We have textures and stuff. Nice. Joseph says, Adobe, if you want to steal our money, steal some ideas for Toon Boom first. This is genius. Yes, it is. Wait, where's the tool? Where's the amazing tool? I can't find it. Cannot find it anywhere. Default stick line. Let's add a color. Let's change it. White. Let's rename this white. Even the color template is a lot nicer. Let's move this up, I guess. So we have white and black. Yep, okay. Let's go back here. Okay. Where's the thing? The thing in the video. Cannot find.
Brush will repaint whatever art is already on your drawing canvas. So that's useful for doing colored lines or repainting parts of a character or adding detail without drawing outside the lines. The next drawing tool
I get it, but I can't find it. His voice is really soothing. I understand what you mean, but I can't find it. Why? Is it here maybe? This is draw behind. But where's repaint? Why are they hiding the best feature in the world somewhere? What is this? New strokes, create corresponding strokes in the color art layer. No. Automatically fills your shape with a selected color. Oh, this is actually really cool. Nice. So I can just draw something and it just fills. That is fantastic. What if it doesn't touch? Okay. So this is great. So what if we fill it later on? Doesn't work? Oh, that's a shame. So if we do this, it doesn't fill. Okay. That's expected, I guess. But where's the freaking freak? Where's the thing? Snap to align to guides. Okay, let's just Google it.
we're going to go over is the pencil tool, which is detail without drawing out, useful for paint. Whatever you draw behind and repaint.
Can't find repaint brush. Can't find repaint brush. Harmony. Did I just refresh? Okay, let's just continue searching. It's bound to be here somewhere. Vector brush options. Man, this is a sucks. This is really satisfying though. Oh. Okay. Let's continue our search. Okay, does it actually take a selection? Yeah, it does. Okay. Because it auto flattens, I believe. Okay. And this pushes the layer down or up. Flip vertical. Nice, okay. Okay. Stencil brush. What's a stencil brush? Oh, we need to use the stencil brush. Nice. Okay, so this is it. This is so good. So good. Fantastic. So we have a brush and a stencil brush. So this is what was new. And they made it even a lot easier to access than the tutorial. Okay.
So draw behind, pretty self-explanatory. Whatever you draw
Yeah, he
will
doesn't
appear
have
behind
that plus
whatever has
thing.
already been drawn on screen. And the repaint brush will repaint whatever art is already on your drawing canvas. So that's useful for doing colored lines or repainting parts of a character or adding detail without drawing outside the lines. The next drawing tool we're going to go over is the pencil tool, which is right underneath the brush tool. Now you might think these are pretty similar, but I'll explain the differences. So just like with the brush tool, I can go over to my tool properties and I can change the maximum size. But the difference between the pencil tool and the brush tool is the pencil tool doesn't have line weight to it. It all stays the same size no matter how much pressure I use on my tablet. Whereas with the brush, I can vary my size. But the cool thing about Advanced and Premium is you can have pressure sensitivity with the pencil tool, making it a super flexible option. But if we grab our contour editor tool, which is this white arrow, and we select both our brush stroke and our pencil stroke, and zoom in, we can see the difference between the two. So the brush stroke is one solid shape. I can take these lines and move them around, and you can think of this as one filled in solid shape. Whereas with the pencil tool, this is more like a path. So if I move these points, it changes the direction of the path, making it super flexible if you want to change how the direction of your line goes. Whereas if you wanted to change the direction of the brush tool, it's not as easy to do. So that's the main difference between the pencil tool and the brush tool. If I want to get rid of anything, I can just select it and press the delete button. So I'm using my black arrow tool and selecting it and pressing delete. Next we'll go over the eraser tool. Pretty self-explanatory. If I have something drawn on the screen and then I use the eraser.
Man, I'm so excited to get good at Harmony. This is Alt S, right? Alt S. How do you select a cutter? Alt Q, okay. This is S and this is Q. Say this is B. Okay, this is B, okay. And when I just press it, I can just continue. Nice, okay. Yeah, if I want to switch, I have to press Alt. If I want to use it just temporarily and then go back, I would just press the button. Wow, this is good. So this is why the animator lady managed to do a lot of stuff really fast. Because she would just like draw something, delete it, move it around, and then draw something else. Select both, move them without having to press any button. Wow, that is really good. Really, really good. What happens if you do this? Select it, move it here, then deselect, and then select it again. Oh, it doesn't flatten? Okay. So it needs to auto flatten. Selecting both and then flatten. Yep. This will move this here. Okay. I can see how this can be useful. Okay, this is a brush tool. This is a selection. Brush. I need another button for deletion. How do you delete without having to go all the way to the delete button? I'll go all the way to the delete button. Okay. Now this is good. This is good. So let's not select this, please. Wow, so good.
Eraser tool to erase it, it erases it. And same like the brush tool.
Eraser Z, I think. Okay, fantastic. Hello, Valova. From Mr. Bombastic. Shyness the Panther says, or Shyness the Panther. I'll go with Shyness. So since you're learning how to animate, I'm guessing you have watched your fair share of animated shows, right? Could you name a few of your favorites? Oh yeah, of course, Samurai Jack, absolutely. Rick and Morty, because I'm like a genius and stuff, of course. I like Dexter's Laboratory. I'll include anime, I guess. I like Death Note. I like a lot of Disney movies. My favorite movie is Hercules. And I also like Aladdin is also up there. Hercules and Aladdin, but I love all of them, to be honest. Yeah, very high IQ. Exactly. It only takes someone very smart to appreciate your community. Oh man. I'm like this close to being like embarrassed to say that I like watching Rick and Morty because of the fandom and because of the stuff that sometimes comes out of the fandom. But yeah, I like it. Especially the last season. The finale was fantastic. Did not expect that at all. Alright, I feel I am confident enough to do stuff.
Tool,
Okay, let's
if I
continue.
click on this arrow here to adjust it, pretty self-explanatory. If I have the path, making it super flexible if you want to change how the direction
Wait,
of your
how do
line
you edit
goes.
the path?
Whereas if you wanted to change the direction, solid brush stroke, select both our brush stroke and our pencil stroke, and zoom in, we can see the difference between the two. So the brush stroke is one solid shape. I can take these lines and move them around, and you can think of
Okay, so let's do a brush stroke and a pencil stroke. And let's select both. And let's use this tool. This is a more path. This is more of a thing, I guess. Okay, makes sense. And let's delete. So let's do a selection and delete. Okay. Also, what happens if you delete nodes? I want to see. Also, what's the... Oh yeah, it's Q. Delete. Okay, just simplifies, which is great. I don't think I could have done that in Adobe Animate. Nice, and it selects a lot better. Like I can just select these, I can select these. Fantastic.
this as one filled in solid shape. Whereas with the pencil tool, this is more like a path.
What about
So
you,
if I move
Shinus? Forgot to ask, sorry. What's your favorite animated shows?
these points, it changes the direction of the path, making it super flexible if you want to change how the direction of your line goes. Whereas if you wanted to change the direction of the brush tool, it's not as easy to do. So that's the main difference between the pencil tool and the brush tool. If I want to get rid of anything, I can just select it and press the delete button. So I'm using my black arrow tool and selecting it and pressing delete. Next we'll go over the eraser tool. Pretty self-explanatory. If I have something drawn on the screen and then I use the eraser tool to erase it, it erases it. And same like the brush tool, if I click on this arrow here to adjust its settings, I can set a minimum size and a maximum size. And that way I get pressure sensitivity, so I can hold down stronger for a big eraser, and then I can use
Nice.
less pressure to get a little more detail with my eraser. Next, we'll talk about the paint bucket tool. So here I have a circle, and I've intentionally left...
Okay, let's actually test that. So I will draw a circle. I want to paint it. Let's see how to paint it. Where's the button for the bucket? Where's the bucket? I cannot find the bucket. Where is bucket? Bucket. Oh. Nice. Morphus cannot find the bucket. Okay, this is I, right? All D? Nice, it's D. That is really cool. Where is the bucket? I could have sworn I saw it a while ago. Where's the bucket tool? Bucket. Bucket. Does he have a bucket? He has a bucket. It's underneath the thing. Hey. This is not cool. What did you do with my bucket tool? Store default. Still can't find my bucket tool. That's not very cool. I mean, it's probably better. Jenny says, I'm doing okay. I'm a little stressed lately, so I've come to chill out with you all. Well, you've come to the right place. We are a chill environment, or at least that's what I hope it is. And I hope whatever is stressing you out gets resolved, friend. Where's the bucket tool? Bucket. Bucket. I cannot find the bucket tool. I found it before. And it was here. But now I can't find it anymore. Yeah, there it is. Okay, there it is. Okay, it's underneath the thing and it just did the thing. Close gap? What does close gap do? Whatever. It's here. Nice. Wait, why can I not undo? Cool. Nice. Okay, now let's delete. Okay, it's not pressure sensitive. Let's change it so that it is. Oh, it's because this is not pressure sensitive. Ah. 9 chicken bucket. No, I want the paint bucket. Yeah, let's do a maximum size of maybe, I don't know, 15. Nice. Now this tool did not exist in Adobe Animate. Yeah, because sometimes I wanna like delete a really small detail, and sometimes I want it to delete a really large detail. And switching between sizes is really exhausting, so this is fantastic. Let's do 100. Yeah. Then we can delete this. I am evil. Deal with it. Okay, this works. This is a works.
A little bit of a gap here. So sometimes when you're drawing, you might leave little gaps in your artwork.
Yes.
So when you go to use your paint bucket tool to fill it in, you would need to closely left a little big eraser, and then I can use less pressure to get a little more detail with my eraser. Next, we'll talk about the paint bucket tool. So here I have a circle, and I've intentionally left a little bit of a gap here. So sometimes when you're drawing, you might leave little gaps in your artwork. So when you
This is what happens with us like 99% of the time. And the paint bucket doesn't work because of the stupid hole.
go to use your paint bucket tool
Damn
to
it.
fill it in, you would need to close this gap. And then when
Yes.
you use the paint bucket tool, it'll fill in. But
Yes.
Toon Boom Harmony also has this feature called Close Gap, which is over here in your tool properties. So if I
Whoa.
click this button, I can select Close Small Gap, Medium Gap, or Large Gap. We'll just
Whoa.
select Close Medium Gap, and we'll select our color and fill it in. And you'll see Toon Boom Harmony has filled it in for us and closed this gap
Nice.
for us. So that's a pretty useful feature.
Wait. Okay, this is revolutionary. This is revolutionary. Let's see. Okay, so let's say we have this gap and we want to close it. Let's see how that will work. Let's select this, the paint, but paint one, what's the hotkey for this? I is way too far away. Yep. Okay, let's close the gap. No, close gap. Small distance. Okay. Close medium distance. Wait, what? It did. Nice. Whoa. Sick cut, bro. That is a fantastic. So let's say we draw something like this. This is not gonna close. If we do a medium gap, it's not gonna close something like this. But a large gap, still not gonna close. What about a larger gap? Nope. No larger than 10 pixels. Why doesn't it close? Why does it not color? Hey, it colored. After a while. Blue. Idaho. Okay, maybe. Okay, it works. Sometimes. Okay. That is good to know. Nice. Okay. Cutter. Nice, I like this. Now we can animate Samurai Jack and stuff. Did anything good happen today? I assume you are talking to Joseph. This is fantastic.
Also, if we hold down our mouse on the paint bucket tool.
So what happens if we do this? What happens if we do this? No, wait, I want a color, different color. Paint bucket. Now what happens if we select this and delete it? Oh, it still looks fantastic. Nice. Okay.
Tool, you'll see all these other paint bucket options. So there's paint unpainted, and the way that works is it will fill in any shape that has not been filled in already. So for example, if I take my blue color and I fill in one of these circles with blue, and then I go to my paint unpainted tool and I select red and select all of my circles, it will fill in all the colors that have not been filled in already, leaving all my original colors the way they were.
Nice.
This is really useful for quickly filling in an outlined character. Then we have unpaint, which is similar to selecting a piece of artwork and pressing delete, or you can also select your unpaint tool and just click areas to unpaint them. We also have these tools called stroke and close gap. So if we select stroke and then draw a shape, we'll get a little message that appears that says you have added a stroke to the drawing, but it will not be visible unless you activate the show strokes from the view menu. So we'll click OK, and it looks like nothing happened. So we're going to follow what that dialog said, and we'll go to View, Show, and Show Strokes, or it's the hotkey of K. And now we have a blue outline showing where our invisible stroke is. And if we press K, it'll disappear, but it's still there. So if I take my arrow tool and I select here, you'll see my stroke is still there, even though I can't see it. So you can think of this as kind of like an invisible drawing tool, and I'll show you how that's useful. So for example, if I have a character's face here, and he's filled in with white, and I take my stroke tool, and I just apply a stroke on him, and since I already know this is happening, that it's not going to be visible, I can select Don't Show Again, and again, it doesn't show, so I'm going to press the hotkey of K so I can see my stroke again, and now what I can do is I can fill in this
Oh yeah, how is your birthday going?
area with my paint bucket tool with blue. So this is a really easy way to shade your character, is using the invisible stroke tool, and these strokes will apply a stroke on him, and since I already know this is happening, that it's not going to be visible, I can select Don't Show Again, and again, it doesn't show, so I'm going to press the hotkey of K so I can see my stroke again, and now what I can do is I can fill in this area with my paint bucket tool with blue. So this is a really easy way to shade your character, is using the invisible stroke tool, and these strokes won't show up, they don't render or anything, so you don't have to worry about them showing up in your final animation. Underneath your paint bucket tool, you have the geometry tools, which are pretty self-explanatory.
That is really cool. Really, really cool. Kappa kappa 1 to 3 fantasy. Okay. Kappa kappa 1 to 3. Okay. That's a really cool. Can actually edit them. It's really nice. And I assume you can delete everything as well. What is this? Autofill. Okay, this is cool. Guys, I am busy right now. Be right back. Right, take your time, Joseph. What's the hotkey for this? Alt V? Okay. Connect line ends. What is this? Okay, so it doesn't actually create new stuff. Okay. Auto flatten. Okay. Why is it always selected? Why is everything always selected? Oh, it's because we have K. It's done with K. Okay. Alt slash. Nope. We do not need. Kappa Kappa 1 2 3 Thanker Z.
You have a line, a rectangle, an ellipse tool, and a pen tool, just like in Illustrator. Underneath that is our eyedropper tool. What it does is you can click on any color and it will select that.
Yeah, this is so much better than what we had. Nice. No, it's auto flatten. Okay, I guess it works. Why can I not select this? Whatever. Oh, it's because I'm drawing on the fish stick. Fish stick layer. Okay. Okay.
Color in your palette window. So I can click on green and it'll select the color green. I can click on blue as I can fill in this area with my paint bucket tool with blue. So this is a really easy way to shade your character is using the invisible stroke tool. And these strokes won't show up. They don't render or anything, so you don't have to worry about them showing up in your final animation. Underneath your paint bucket tool, you have the geometry tools, which are pretty self-explanatory. You have a line, a rectangle, an ellipse tool, and a pen tool, just like in Illustrator. Underneath that is our eyedropper tool. What it does is you can click on any color and it will select that color in your palette window. So I can click on green and it'll select the color green, can click on blue, etc, etc. So those are all the basic drawing tools in Toon Boom Harmony. So next let's talk about the color window. So this is where all your colors are going to go. The nice thing about the way Toon Boom Harmony works is when you fill in a character's color, for example, let's say we filled in a character's shirt with blue, and we changed our mind and we don't want it to be blue throughout the whole animation. In other programs, you'd have to select every frame and repaint it by hand. But in Toon Boom Harmony, we can simply select the blue and change its color, and it'll change across the whole animation. Pretty cool. So the default colors it gives you are pretty limited, so let's add a new color. We'll click the plus to add a new color. We'll see it appears at the bottom here. We'll double click the name to give it a new name, and then to change the color, we'll double click on this box, and our color picker will appear. So by default, it's on RGB color selector, which I don't really find very useful, so I like to select this circle right next to the H, and this color picker probably looks more familiar to you if you've drawn in Photoshop or other programs before. So I can select my hue up here at the top, and I can select my saturation and my value down here. When I've picked a color that I like, I simply close the color picker, and our color has appeared at the bottom here. Let's add another color, and we'll call this one gradient. So if I double click on the gradient to change its color, down here you can see a radial button for solid, but we're going to click on gradient, and you'll see down here is our gradient editor. Each one of these little house shapes is a new color in our gradient. So we're going to select this house shape on the right, and we'll select black, and we'll select the house shape on the left, and we'll select white. And if we want to add a color, we can simply click in between, and it'll add a new shape, and we can select a different color. Down here you select my saturation and my value down here. When I've picked a color that I like, I simply close the color picker, and our color has appeared at the bottom here. Let's add another color, and we'll call this one gradient. So if I double click on the gradient to change its color, down here you can see a radial button for solid, but we're going to click on gradient, and you'll see down here is our gradient editor. Each one of these little house shapes is a new color in our gradient. So we're going to select this house shape on the right, and we'll select black, and we'll select the house shape on the left, and we'll select white. And if we want to add a color, we can simply click in between, and it'll add a new shape, and we can select a different color for that one as well. And you can also select whether you want a linear or a radial gradient. You can also change the alpha, which is how transparent your color is. This works on gradient as well as the solid colors. So for example, if I have two black colors on each end and I make one completely transparent and I select radial, let's actually reverse that. So I can reverse that by dragging this house over and this house over so they're on the opposite side. And we've created a little shadow that we can use in our animation. So again, once we're done, we'll click close and we have a new gradient color. So here I have an outline shape, and I'm going to fill it in using my paint bucket tool. I'm going to select my gradient, and I'll click inside the shape to fill it in. So when you want to edit your gradient, that is under the white arrow tool and edit gradient/texture. So when we select our gradient, we'll see our gradient tool pop up, and I'll zoom out a little bit so you can get a better idea of what's going on. So because we have a radial gradient, we have this circular tool. And just to demonstrate, I'm going to create a second box with a linear gradient. So if I take my gradient editor tool and I select the linear gradient, you'll see the tool looks a bit different. So the way the radial gradient works is the middle is where the center of your gradient is. This handle on the outside rotates your gradient. This corner scales your gradient, and if you want to keep the aspect ratio the same, just simply hold shift and you'll keep it a perfect circle. These side boxes here skew your gradient, and this box, not the circular handle, which is the rotate option, but this box right under it scales the height, and this box to the left scales the width. The linear gradient is a lot more simple, so it has the same center option so you can move your gradient around, it has the same rotation option so you can rotate your gradient, and it has one scale handle that you can scale your gradient with. So that's all the basic drawing options in Toon Boom Harmony. Now that we know how to draw, let's talk about modifying and transforming our drawing. So when you have a drawing, you want to be able to edit it. So there's a couple of tools at our disposal to edit our drawings. The first is our black arrow tool, which we've been using to select artwork, but it can do a lot more.
How come?
As well. You may notice that when you select something, there's a transformation box around whatever you select. If we grab a corner, this will scale our object. And if we wanted to keep the aspect ratio the same, we simply hold shift. If we move slightly away from the corner of the box, you'll see our cursor changes to a rotation tool. So now I can rotate my artwork. If we drag an edge like this is how we skew our artwork. You'll also notice a dot in the middle. This is our pivot point. So if I were to move it, and then go back to rotate, you'll see it rotates around that pivot point that we just moved. Also, a neat feature of Toon Boom Harmony is if I rotate my canvas, my transform tool will match whatever angle my canvas is rotated on. This makes it super simple to really get a squash and stretch from a specific angle. The next tool we'll talk about is this white arrow tool, or our contour editor. And what this is for editing nodes along a path. So if we select our artwork, we can see the individual nodes that actually make up the art. If we click and drag on one of these points, we can move it around. We can also drag and move these Bezier handles around to change the angle of the curve. And if we hold Alt and click on a point, that will remove the Bezier handles, making it into a sharp corner. If we hold Alt and drag, that will remove the Bezier handle angle of the curve. And if we hold Alt and click on a point, that will remove the Bezier handles, making it into a sharp corner. If we hold Alt and drag, we can add those Bezier points back in. If I just want to move one of these...
Interesting.
these Bezier handles, holding Alt will also just move one side of the Bezier handle. So after doing that, this handle is now independent from the other handle, so I can get shapes like that. If I want to reset them back to be connected again, all I do is rotate them until the angles match up again. So now you'll see that my Bezier handles are now linked up again. If we hold down Control or Command on a Mac, we can click and add points along a path. To delete points, simply select them with the white arrow tool and press Delete. Next is our cutter tool, which is simply select them with the white. We can click. The handles are now linked up again. If we hold down Control or Command on a Mac, we can click and add points along a path. To delete points, simply select them with the white arrow tool and press delete. Next is our cutter tool, which is located under the black arrow tool. This is probably one of the most useful tools in Toon Boom Harmony for editing artwork. So let's say you wanted to cut a piece of pie out of this circle character here. If I were to do that with my black arrow tool, remember it's selecting each brushstroke as its own object. So if I do that, what it's actually doing is just selecting the whole brushstroke, and that's not what we want. So we'll click and hold, grab our cutter tool, select a piece of pie, and press delete. So that's how you delete specific sections of a piece of artwork. You can also use the cutter tool to remove excess brushstrokes. So if I were to select my cutter tool, select this extra bit right here, it'll just select that extra bit and I can press delete to get rid of it. Or an even faster way is to use this mouse gesture mode, which is this button right here. If that's on, all I have to do is draw a line right through the extra that I want to get rid of, and it'll get rid of it for me. A super quick way to get rid.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Cool. Hmm.
Rid of extra lines. And that's it. Those are your cutter tool. Select this extra bit right here. It'll just select that extra bit and I can press delete to get rid of it. Or an even faster way is to use this mouse gesture mode, which is this button right here. If that's on, all I have to do is draw a line right through the extra that I want to get rid of, and it'll get rid of it for me. A super quick way to get rid of extra lines. And that's it. Those are your basic editing tools for editing artwork in Toon Boom Harmony. In the next section, we will talk about how to get started animating.
Okay, fantastic. $10 points. Wow, so much content. It's gonna be easy, easy. Okay, these are gonna be interesting. Using the node view. How to draw and animate with Harmony Premium. So 7 topics. How to add effects. This is also 7 topics. Oh, this is 35. Okay. This is a beginner. I mean, so far I already know how to do much more than I did in Animate. Next lesson, please. Next topic. Next topic. Oh no, they made a typo. In this topic, you will learn how to navigate the timeline in camera views. Author Jesse J. Jones, 2D animator, artist, and tutor. Yay!
So now that we know how to draw, let's use our knowledge so we can start animating. The first thing I want to talk about is the camera view right here. So you'll notice there's a camera view and a drawing view. So what the drawing view is useful for is for isolating a layer. So you can view a layer on its own in the drawing view. But you can't play your animation using the play button here. It won't play. Also, if we have any transformations on our drawing view will negate it so you can see it in its original format. So if you want to play your animation, make sure you're in the camera view. 99% of the time I spend in Toon Boom Harmony is in the camera view. I do all my drawing, animating, and everything else in my camera view pretty much. So next, let's talk about these little buttons down here at the bottom. The first one is this light bulb here, and it's your light table. So what it does is whatever layer you have selected, it will fade out all of your other layers. So this is useful if you're working on a character, let's say, and you want the background to be faded. And if you want to turn it off, just click the light bulb again. The next one is the current drawing on top. So you can see if I have that on, my character is appearing on top of the foreground. And if I click on the seagull layer, you'll see the seagull layer appears on top. So whatever layer you have selected, it will appear on top of anything else. So this is useful if you're working on a layer that's hidden behind something. So if I turn that off, you'll see in my actual animation the seagulls behind the character. The next button is our camera mask. So if I have stuff going on outside of my stage, like I usually would in an animation, if I turn on my camera mask, it will mask out everything that's outside the stage that's not going to render. So this is useful for seeing what the composition of your animation looks like. The next one is title safe. So if you're working in a...
Wait, be right back. I am back. Back.
A TV production. This dotted line here is where you want to keep all of your action and your titles away from. So this is more useful if you're working on a TV production. Action, TV position of your animation looks like. The next one is title safe. So if you're working in a TV production, this dotted line here is where you want to keep all of your action and your titles away from. My camera mask, it will mask out everything that's outside the stage that's not going to render.
Okay.
So this is useful for seeing what the composition of your animation looks like. The next one is title safe. So if you're working in a TV production, this dotted line here is where you want to keep all of your action and your titles away from. So this is more useful if you're working on a TV production. And the next button is outline locked drawings. So if I have a drawing on my scene and I have this button turned on, any layer that I turn my lock on by clicking here will become an outline. And the next button we went over already is reset view. So will become an outline. Any layer that I turn my lock on by clicking here will become an outline. And the next button we went over already, my lock, I have a drawing on my scene, and and I have this button turned on, any layer that I turn my... If I have a drawing on my scene, and I have this button turned on, any layer that I turn my lock on by clicking here will become an outline. And the next button we went over already is Reset View. So if you have your view all messed up and you want to go back to normal, just click this button and it will fit it within your camera view. The next is a drop down for how much zoom you want in your camera view. And then here we have our OpenGL view and our render view. So OpenGL view is what we usually work in. This is where I'll do most of my drawing and it allows me to work a lot faster. But you may notice that your art looks a bit crisp. So what the render view does is it will render all of the effects in your animation and also show you what the final line quality of your animation will look like. So while you can draw in this view, I wouldn't recommend it because it's a bit slower and it can possibly cause crashes. So while you're working in your animation, stay in the OpenGL view, and if you're creating effects in your animation or you just want to see what your final frame looks like, click the render view. So that's the basics of our camera view. So to start, I'm going to create what's called a color card. A color card you can think of as just one solid color that's in the background. So first, I'm going to deselect my layers, because if I have a layer selected, it's going to parent it underneath it, and that's not what... First, I'm going to deselect my color basics of our camera view. So to start, I'm going to create what's called a color card. A color card you can think of as just one solid color that's in the background. So first, I'm going to deselect my layers, because if I have a layer selected, it's going to parent it underneath it, and that's not what we want. So I'll click and hold this plus button, and it'll give me lots of options for things to add. I'll select color card, and you'll see white appears in the background with all these gray boxes. What these gray boxes mean is just that I have my color card selected. If I click off of it, those gray boxes will go away. So that's all it is. It's just a basic color. If I want to change the color, I can double click on my color card layer, click this color bar right here, and then select the color I want. Let's just go with sort of an off-white. Then I'll close that, and again deselect it so I don't have it selected. And I even like to keep the lock turned on so I don't accidentally select my color card. And this also helps with exporting because the background won't be transparent. Let's create a new layer for our animation by clicking and holding on the plus and selecting drawing. Or we can click this button right here for add drawing layer, and we'll give it a name, and then we'll draw our first frame. So if we look down at our timeline, we'll see that our animation only lasts for 1 frame, and our total animation length only goes for 60 frames. To change the length of your animation, go up to Scene and Scene Length. And to extend how long a frame lasts for, we want to click where we want our frame to extend to select it, say on about frame 35, then we'll right click and say Extend Exposure, or we could press the hotkey of F5. And now we can see that our first frame lasts for 35 frames. This red marker up here is our playhead. We can drag it around to scrub through our animation. We can also use the hotkeys of period and comma to frame forward and frame backwards by 1 frame. If I want to delete any frames, I can select the frame I want and just press delete. Or if I want to delete multiple frames, I can select the first in my selection, hold shift, and then click the second in my selection and then press delete to delete a whole range of frames. So we have our first frame. There's a couple methods for creating our next frame of animation. The easiest thing to do is just to go to the next frame where there's currently no drawing and just start drawing. And you'll see at the bottom, it'll create a frame when you start drawing. So again, if I go to my third frame and just draw something, it'll create a frame. Another method is if we have our first frame extended for the entire length of our scene, we can then go to our second frame and press this Create Empty Drawing button. So these 2 buttons are important. There's Create Empty Drawing and there's Duplicate Drawing. If we create Empty Drawing, you'll see our artwork disappears. And if we look at our timeline, we can see a little notch where our second frame is. So our first frame is here, our second frame is now blank. So we can start drawing our second frame. Or let's say we have a more complex character and we don't want to redraw it. What we can do is we can go to our second frame and press Create Duplicate Drawing. And it looks like it did nothing, but if we look at our timeline, we can see that same notch has appeared for our second frame. So even though these 2 are identical, this second frame is actually a separate drawing. So if I draw a blue X on my second frame, you'll see my blue X is not on my first frame. So with duplicate drawing, what I can do is I can take my cutter tool and just cut out the part that I want to move my pivot point where I want it to rotate, and just rotate the head where I want it to go. So that's a really quick way to animate something without having to redraw everything, is to use the duplicate frame button. Another thing to be aware of is how copy and paste works. So remember how I said your shortcuts depend on where your mouse is? So where you see this red box is where your shortcuts are going to be activated. So for example, if I wanted to copy and paste his head, and I accidentally move my mouse down into the timeline and press Ctrl C to copy, and then go a couple frames over, and then press Ctrl V to paste, it's not pasting his head. What it's actually doing is it's pasting my frames. So if I want to copy and paste a drawing object, make sure you press Ctrl C while you're in your drawing view, go to where you want to paste the drawing and press Ctrl V, and it'll paste the artwork rather than copying and pasting frames. But let's talk about copying and pasting frames and how it works. So I have my first frame here where his head's not tilted. I can go down into my timeline with my mouse, press Ctrl C to copy it, go to frame 10 and press Ctrl V to paste it, and you'll see it pasted my first frame. So his head goes up, then it goes down again. But the important thing to note is these two drawings are linked. So if I were to go on frame 10, where my pasted drawing is, and draw a blue X on it, if I scrub through and go back to my first frame, you'll see the same blue X appears. So these two are completely linked. So what we want to do is, if we want these to not be linked anymore, is to press the duplicate frame button on my frame 10 here. So again, it looks like it did nothing, but this is an entirely new drawing now. So if I were to go on frame 10 and redraw that same blue X, and go back to frame 1, even though the artwork is the same, these are now not linked anymore. So just something to be aware of, copying and pasting frames will keep them linked. So this is actually super useful. For example, if you copy and paste a cycle over and over again, and then later you want to change one frame on that cycle, if you do that, it will propagate that change to your entire cycle every time that frame is used. An important part of animation is being able to see the frames before and after so you can see where to draw the different parts of your character to simulate movement. This is called onion skinning. To turn onion skin on, we can click this button that looks like a red stack of pancakes. You also have this extra option for advanced onion skinning. And what that does is if we go to Windows and Onion Skin, we have some advanced onion skin options here. So now we can adjust the transparency of our onion skin, as well as the transparency of the entire onion skin itself. And we can have it calculate by number of frames or by the number of drawings. So that's pretty useful. And you can also edit your colors of your onion skins on the fly in this window. So again, that's the advanced animation onion skin. But we'll go back to the regular onion skin for this example. If I want to use the hotkey for turning on onion,
Why doesn't my onion skin show here?
Onion skin, I can press Alt-O. Or, my preferred method is to click this stack of pancakes that are in the timeline here next to the layer you want to onion skin. I like this method because you can onion skin multiple layers this way. So we can
Okay.
extend or contract how many frames are shown by dragging these handles on the top near your
Pancakes. Okay.
playhead. So here I have 3 example frames. So frames you can move around simply by selecting them, then clicking and dragging and moving them where you want them to be. To remove a frame, pressing delete doesn't work. What that does is that creates a blank frame. If you wanted it to go from 1 to 3 and get rid of this number 2 in the middle here, simply select where the 2 starts and then press this button here, remove key exposure. So what that does is there is no longer any 2 that's located there. If you have multiple places where you just have one frame and then a bunch of blank space in between your frames, like for example if you're just going through and just drawing your key poses, and then you want them to hold between each other, you can click the first frame of your animation, shift select the end of your animation, then press this button, fill empty cells. And that will fill in all the blank space, and now your frames hold in between each drawing.
Ah, okay. I see.
Hey, this is Tony Ross for TonyTeach.com, and this is going to be a semi-quick little tutorial slash answering of the question, and it's a very controversial question, but I'm brave enough to answer it. This comes from one of our viewers, and they said, hey, which Toon Boom Harmony version should I get? Okay, so am I going to tell you which version to get? No. But I'm going.
Never mind.
The end of your animation, then press this button, Fill Empty Cells. And that will fill in all the blank space. And now
see. Okay.
Your frames hold in between each drawing.
Whoa, that is cool. Mm.
So now that we know how to animate in Toon Boom Harmony and arrange frames, let's create a new animation completely from scratch. So in my new scene, I'm going to first start off by importing my files by going up to File, Import, and Images. And I'm going to import both my background and my seagull reference. So the background I select is a Photoshop document. So when I press OK, it's going to give me a dialog that says my file has multiple layers, and I can import it as a single layer, or I could import it as multiple layers. So when I select separated layers, I make sure to set the transparency to straight so it keeps the same transparency on the file. And then when it imports, you can see that every single layer from my Photoshop document has imported. Then, to organize these files so it keeps the same, I select separated layer that says my file has multiple layers, and I can import it as a single layer, or I could import it as multiple layers. So when I select separated layers, I make sure to set the transparency to straight so it keeps the same transparency on the file. And then when it imports, you can see that every single layer from my Photoshop document has imported. Then, to organize these files, I'm going to Shift Select to select all my layers, and I'm going to right click and say Group Selection. Then I'm going to minimize that group, and that way all of my layers only take up one space on my timeline. Then, to rename this group, I'm going to right click it and go to Layer Properties, and here I can enter the name of my group, which I'm going to call BG-G for group. So currently my background is not matching my scene, so I want to scale it up. But if I try to use my transform tool, it's not matching my scene, so -G for group. So currently my background is not matching my scene, so I want to scale it up. But if I try to use my transform tool and scale up this drawing, it's not going to work. So what I need to do is attach a peg to my group by clicking this peg button down here, so I can move my entire group. And what a peg is you can think of it as sort of a handle on your animation layer, so you can use it to transform or move your layer around. We'll discuss pegs further in the character rigging tutorial. Next,
Oh, this is much faster.
I want to extend my background layer. So if I click on the last frame, you can see that it's blank. So I'm going to press F5 so that my background holds for the entire length of my scene. Then I'm going to import our seagull again by using File, Import, Images. And since the seagull is just a flat PNG, it'll import as just one layer. And then with the same transform tool, I'm going to transform it in place. And I'll put it about where I want it on the scene. So on my blank in place, it'll import as just one import images. And since the seagull is just a flat PNG, it'll import as just one layer. And then with the same transform tool, I'm going to transform it in place. And I'll put it about where I want it on the scene. So on my blank drawing layer, I'm going to start my animation. So I'm going to turn on my light bulb in my camera view, and when I switch to my brush, it'll fade out all of my reference. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to trace the PNG that I've already imported. 1, this helps me get familiar with drawing the character, and 2, it gives me a vector drawing that I can use with my frame-by-frame animation. And then I'll draw out some thumbnails of what I want to happen in the shot. Since these are thumbnails, they're super scribbly, and I can delete them and start over, which I do a lot. Then I'll use the imported drawings to reference the bigger shapes, like his belly, and with my frame-by-frame. Familiar with drawing, I'm going to trace the PNG that I've already imported. 1, this helps me get familiar with drawing the character, and 2, it gives me a vector drawing that I can use with my frame-by-frame animation. And then I'll draw out some thumbnails of what I want to happen in the shot. Since these are thumbnails, they're super scribbly, and I can delete them and start over, which I do a lot. Then I'll use the imported drawings to reference the bigger shapes, like his belly and his head. You could almost treat him like a beanbag with sort of a ping pong ball for a head. And sometimes I'll draw contour lines over the 3D shape, so I can get a better idea of volume and direction of the character. I'm keeping it super simple, so if I need to delete anything and start over, it's not a big deal. In fact, you'll see me start over several times here before I start getting drawings that I kinda like. Once I get into a flow, I'll continue working along, imagining how the shot might progress in slow motion, and drawing those frames next. Framing forwards and backwards constantly so I can kind of feel where the motion's gonna go. And I'm also starting out with just single drawings, so I don't have these timed out at all, and it makes it super easy to flip them back and forth. I'll worry about timing later. Once I'm happy with these simple drawings, I'll time them out by extending my animation layer to fill the length of the scene, and then I'll drag my frames around until I'm happy with the timing. Then I'll work on the next pass, which is his wings. By figuring out one part at a time, starting with the main important bodies, which you can copy and paste quickly to block in movement, then adding the extra stuff on top using new layers, this can be a very methodical way to work and is especially useful for flowy or floppy bits like hair or a tail. And then once I'm done with all of those steps, I'll call this my rough animation, and I'll put it into a group. Then I'll create a new layer called Seagull Cleanup, and I'll use into especially useful for flowy or floppy bits like hair or a tail. And then once I'm done with all of those steps, I'll call this my rough animation, and I'll put it into a group. Then I'll create a new layer called Seagull Cleanup, and I'll use all of my rough drawings as reference. And I'll go through and do what's called a cleanup pass, where I put the character more on model and also draw the final line work that's going to appear in the animation. When this is all finished, then we have an outlined version of our animation. Now we can color it. Here I have my reference seagull image, which is a PNG, so I actually don't have any vector colors to choose from here. So I'll have to create a palette and import them using the color picker. So to create a new palette, I'm going to go over to my color window, and if you don't see that, it's under Windows and Color. So on the top part of the window, you can see our palettes, and the first one is just the default palette. And then at the bottom here, we see our colors. So I'm going to create a new palette by clicking this plus button up here where the palettes window is, and I'll name it Seagull, press OK, and you can now see we have only one default color located here. If I switch back to my first scene, I can see all my original colors. So back in our Seagull palette, we want to add a new color for each one of these parts. So to make a new color under my palette, I'm going to click this plus button under where my swatches are, and that'll create a new swatch based on what I have selected. So since I only had the black color selected, it created a new black color. To rename it, I double click on the name, and to change the color, I double click on the color box. So now that we have our color picker window open, we can use this eyedropper tool to select a color from our PNG that we imported. So if I click on my eyedropper tool, it'll give me a message saying drag the dropper to the desired color and release. So the way the eyedropper tool works is you have to click and hold and then navigate your mouse where you want it to select from and let go. So we want white, so I'm going to use the eyedropper tool on his white highlight here. And then when I'm happy with my color, I click the close button and we now have a new white color. So I'm going to repeat that step by clicking plus, renaming it, double clicking on the color box to select my color, using my eyedropper and selecting the color I want and letting go, and then closing that. And I'll just repeat this step over and over until I've got all the colors that I want. So you can see here my color swatches get kind of crowded. So there's actually a different way to view these. If we click under this little icon here with 3 lines, and then go to Colors, and select Swatch Mode, it'll compress our swatches so it's a little bit easier to see all your colors at once. So that's how to create a new palette. I'd recommend creating a palette for each character in your scene. That way you don't have too many colors in one palette. Now that we have all the colors that we're going to use, let's paint our animation. So when we're ready to color our animation in Advanced or Premium, we could just take our paint bucket and just fill in the colors with the colors we want. Just like that, pretty simple. But in Advanced and Premium, there's actually a different technique that is really useful to know. And it involves using these art layers, which are over here on the right. And by default, it shows line art and color art. So you can think of these art layers as individual layers within the frame itself. So right now I'm on my line art layer, which makes sense because this is our line art. If I go to my color art layer, I can take my paintbrush, select a color and fill it in. And you'll see because it's the color art layer, that is below our line art layer. So our line art is appearing on top of our colors. So in order to use this color art layer, we go to our black arrow tool and we select this button right here, create color art from line art layer. So I click that and it looks like nothing happened, but if we switch to our color art layer by clicking the C over here, you'll see invisible strokes where our line art is. So now what I can do is I can take my paint bucket and fill in my colors, and it will appear under the line art. If you ever have any gaps in your line, you can tell because these nodes will appear yellow instead of dark blue like they are here. If you have a gap in your line art, you can use this close gap tool and just draw a simple little line, and it'll close that gap, and now you can fill it in. So that's how you use the color art layer. But right now we're just doing this on one frame, fill it in. And just draw a simple little line, and it'll close that gap, and now you can fill it in. So that's how you simple little line art, you can use this close gap tool and just draw a simple little line and it'll close that gap and now you can fill it in. So that's how you use the color art layer. But right now we're just doing this on one frame. I want to apply that same color art action to my entire animation. So what I need to do is I need to select my black arrow tool and toggle this option on, apply to multiple drawings. And what that does is whenever this is toggled, whatever action I do will apply to my entire animation. So if I have that toggled on and I click my Create Color Art from Line Art button, I can now switch to my color art layer and see that every single frame now has those invisible strokes on it. So I'm going to do one more thing. So since this is all transparent, I want to fill in the entire animation with one color to start out with. So I'm going to take my paint bucket tool, and again in our paint bucket tool we have this Apply to Multiple Drawings option. So I'm going to toggle that on, and I'm going to select the color we see the most, which is this Feathers 1 color right here. And I'm going to zoom out so I make sure to select my whole animation, and I'm going to draw a big circle. So with this Apply to All Drawings, you can see our animation has now filled in. There are some spots where it didn't quite fill it in, so you can take your paint bucket and turn on this Close Gap option, and just fill in manually any spots where it didn't fill in. You'll notice in some spots, like here, in between his legs, it's filled in a color, because this is a closed shape, but it's not what we want. So we can either click our black arrow tool, select that shape, and press Delete, or we can take our paint bucket and use the Unpaint tool, and just click any of those negative spaces. For any spots where there's no line art to separate my colors, I'm going to use my stroke tool and just separate that section on his back here. And then I'll take my paint bucket and I'll fill it in with the color it's supposed to be. Then I'm going to go through my whole animation and just click and fill until the entire thing is done. Usually when I'm working on coloring, I'll work on one color at a time. So it depends on the project, but usually I'll go through sort of a assembly line style and do one color at a time. And now we have our animation all painted in. So now that we've gone over frame by frame animation, let's talk about doing puppeted animation. Fill in manually any spot and use the Unpaint tool and just
So close gaps. Okay, let's see. Flatten. Wait, how did you close the gap again?
art action to my entire animation. So what I need to do is I need to select my black arrow tool and toggle this option on, apply to multiple drawings. And what that
Oh, okay. Ah, okay. I see. How do you select it?
does is whenever, and it will appear under the line art. Brush, select a color and fill it in, and you'll see because it's the color art layer that is below our line art layer, color and line art itself. So right now I'm on my line art layer, which makes sense because this is our line art. If I go to my color art layer, I can take my paintbrush, select a color and fill it in, and you'll see
Okay, this is my color art. Select my paintbrush and pick a color. And my screen is too small. Let's pick red. Ah, okay. This is line art. This is color. Okay.
because it's the color art layer that is below our line art layer. So our line art is appearing on top of our colors. So in order to use this color art layer, we go to our black arrow tool and we select this button right here, create color art from line art layer. So I click that and it looks like nothing happened, but if we switch to our color art layer by clicking the C over here, you'll see invisible strokes where our line art is. So now what I can do is if you ever have any gaps in your fill, our line art is by clicking the C over here, and it looks like nothing happened. Create color layer, we go to our black arrow on top of our colors. So in order to use this color art layer, we go to our black arrow tool and we select this button right here, create color art from line art layer. So I click that.
Okay. Let's see. Selection. Create color art from line art. What?
And it looks like nothing happened, but if we switch to our color art layer by clicking the C over here, you'll see invisible strokes where our line art is. So now what I can do is I can take...
What? Don't understand. Don't understand. I don't see any invisible strokes. Creates invisible strokes, allowing you to paint your drawings on separate layers. I don't get it. Oh, this is a drawing. I see. Ah, okay. So this actually moves with me. Nice. Okay. I see now. I see that. True. Okay. So if this was our line here. If we came here, we wouldn't have been able to color, right? Yeah, we couldn't. But if we convert it to this, now we can actually see stuff. That is really cool. Cool. Very cool. Everything makes sense now.
My paint bucket and fill in my colors, and it will appear under the line art. If you ever have any gaps in your line, you can tell because these nodes will appear yellow instead of dark blue like they are here. If you have a gap in your line art, you can use this close gap tool and just draw a simple little line, and it'll close that gap, and now you can fill it in. So that's how you use the color.
Okay, so let's say I want to fill this in. No, wait. I can't actually color it now, right? I can't. Alright. So let's get our select tool, create this. So these yellow stuff means it's unconnected. Let's close the gap. Let's make sure we can color. Yep, we can't color here because this gap is not closed. Select this. Okay. Now we can color. Yep. Okay, fantastic.
Color art layer. But right now we're just doing this on one frame. I want to...
Okay, so let's switch. Wow. So here we can just actually just delete these. We can't even touch any of this, which is fantastic. Nice. So we have two different layers, one for colors and one for this. Can we do the opposite though? Can we create line art from this? Never mind. Let's delete everything here. I want to try deleting everything. Let's try coloring this and this. What's gonna happen if we create line art from this while it's already colored? That is really weird. That is odd. Really odd. Let's try deleting this. Wow, this is just squiggly. Really weird. Interesting. Hassan says, what up? What up, Hassan? How's it going? And take your time. That's really cool, though. Really cool.
apply that same color art action to my entire animation. So what I need to do is I need to select my black arrow tool and toggle this option on, apply to multiple drawings. And what that does is whenever this is toggled, whatever action I do will apply to my entire animation. So if I have that toggled on and I click my Create Color Art from Line Art button, I can now switch to my color art layer and see that every single frame now has those invisible strokes on it. So I'm going to do one more thing. So since this is all transparent, I want to fill in the entire animation with one color to start out with. So I'm going to take my Paint Bucket tool, and again, in our Paint Bucket tool, we have this Apply to Multiple Drawings option. So I'm going to toggle that on, and I'm going to select the color we see the most, which is this Feathers 1 color right here. And I'm going to zoom out so I make sure to select my whole animation, and I'm going to draw a big circle. So with this Apply to All Drawings, you can see our animation has now filled in.
How come this screen is smaller? Why is everything so together? You want everything to be a bit smaller. Maybe it's because his screen is bigger.
There are some spots where it didn't quite fill it in. So you can take your paint bucket and turn on this close gap option and just fill in manually any spots where it didn't fill in. You'll notice in some spots, like here, fill it, and I'm going to draw a
Let me
big
test something. Drawing. Let's draw. Select black. Yeah, let's try color. That's really cool. No, okay. These are all in the wrong layers. Okay, let's see. Selection. That's really cool. Nice. Okay, and we can actually color everything. Nice. So this has nothing to do with the layers, I guess. Okay. This is great.
Circle. So with this apply to all drawings, you can see our animation has now filled in. There are some spots where it didn't quite fill it in, so you can take your paint bucket and turn on this close gap option and just fill in manually any spots where it didn't fill in. You'll notice in some spots, like here, in between his legs, it's filled in a color, because this is a closed shape, but it's not what we want. So we can either click our black arrow tool, select that shape, and press delete, or we can take our paint bucket and use the unpaint tool and just click any of those negative spaces. For any spots where there's no line art to separate my colors, I'm going to use my stroke tool and just separate that section on his back here. And then I'll take my paint bucket and I'll fill it in with the color it's supposed to be. Then I'm going to go through my whole animation and just click and fill until the entire thing is done. Usually when I'm working on coloring, I'll work on one color at a time. So it depends on the project, but usually I'll go through sort of a assembly line style and do one color at a time. And now we have our animation all painted in. So now that we've gone over frame by frame animation, let's talk about doing puppeted animation.
It's really cool. So let me try something. It's the pencil. So the stroke doesn't actually work. But if... oh no, wait. It's because I'm in the color layer. So the stroke. Oh, the stroke doesn't actually work. It's really weird. No, it actually can't say if it works or not. I cannot. Oh, this is in a different layer. Okay. Let's delete all of this. Let's actually undo. Let's go to stroke. Let's try coloring this. Why does it take a long time? Nice. Okay. So it works. He says if this ends without yes to follow, ignore it. I need to leave to play some MTG with my brother. Have fun on it. Alright. You're still here, I guess. But okay, I think we're done here. Fantastic. Transform tool. I don't know, do I have to sign in every single time? Yep, correct. Correct, Mongo. Now we'll learn how to use motion keyframes. Interesting. Be right back.
So next we're going to talk about puppeted animation. So frame by frame animation, you have to draw every single frame in order to make your character move. With puppeted animation, you can draw your character once and then have Toon Boom Harmony add the motion for you. So just to illustrate how motion keys work in Toon Boom Harmony, I'm going to start with the super simple example of just using a square. So I've drawn my first frame and I want to extend it out to the end of my scene by pressing F5 just like usual. And then our motion keys are these two right here. We have add keyframe and minus keyframe. Also, for editing motion keys, we want to use our Advanced Animation tab, which is under here, under Windows, Toolbars, and Advanced Animation. Or you can right-click on your tools over here and select Advanced Animation over here. So before we get into movement, let's talk about the...
Okay. Man, why is everything zoomed in here? Yeah, here it's a lot better. When it comes here, it's a lot worse. Right back. Okay. Yeah, it's still zoomed in. Damn it. Do I need a bigger screen?
the pivot point. So this transform tool over here, you can use this to animate with, but the important thing to know is your pivot point, if you move it using the transform tool, you'll see a ghost image of where your pivot used to be. So right now I can rotate my square from the center, but if I were to deselect it and reselect it, my pivot point has gone back to where it was before. So in order to move that pivot point permanently, we need to use... But the important thing to know for editing motion keys, we want to use our Advanced Animation tab, which is under here, under Windows, Toolbars, and Advanced Animation.
That's really cool. Windows, toolbars, advanced animation. You already have that, I guess.
Or you can right-click on your tools over here and select Advanced Animation over here.
Yeah, we already have advanced animation. No biggie.
So before we get into movement, let's talk about the pivot point. So this transform tool over here, you can use this to animate with, but the important thing to know is your pivot point, if you move it using the transform tool, you'll see a ghost image of where your pivot
So this applies for both strokes and colors. Cool.
it used to be. If you can get into on your tools over here and select Advanced Animation over here. So before we get into movement, let's talk about the pivot point. So this transform tool over here, you can use this to animate with, but the important thing to know is your pivot point, if you move it using the transform tool, you'll see a ghost image of where your pivot used to be. So right now I can rotate my square from the center, but if I were to deselect it and reselect it, my pivot point has gone back to where it was before. So in order to move that pivot point permanently, we need to use our advanced animation tools. And you can use any of these, but I prefer to use the rotate tool just because it looks so much different from everything else. So I'll select my object and move my pivot point into the center, and you'll see we no longer have a ghost of our pivot anymore. So I'll select permanently. We need to use our advanced animation tools. And you can use any of these, but I prefer to use the rotate tool just because it looks so much different from everything else. So I'll select my object and move my pivot point into the center, and you'll see we no longer have a ghost of our pivot anymore. So if I were to take my transform tool, select off of it, and select it again, our pivot point is now permanently in the center. So before you start animating, you want to make sure to set up your character's pivots where they need to go. So for example, on the head, it might be pivoted at the neck, and for a forearm, it might be pivoted at the elbow. So now that our quote-unquote character is set up, let's create a motion on it. So
Where's the other tools? Oh, rotate. That's really cool. So if we deselect it and reselect it, it hasn't changed. Okay.
in order to create a motion, we need motion keyframes. So I'm going to use my add motion keyframe on the first frame, and then I'm going to select frame 60, and I'm going to add another motion keyframe there. And you'll see this line up here. So this line means that there is going to be motion that happens from this
Okay, let me guess what's gonna happen. So here we have a motion keyframe, motion keyframe, motion keyframe. And we're gonna play. Nice. Okay, I get it.
Keyframe all the way to the last keyframe. So if I were to take my advanced animation tools and use my translate tool to move it over to the right, use my rotation tool and rotate it. Now if I go back to my frame 1 and I press play,
Nice. Maintain size. Okay, that doesn't maintain the size. This is really cool.
you'll see our cube translates and rotates. So that's how you, and I press play and rotate it, tools, and use my translate tool to move it over to the right, use my rotation tool and rotate it. Now if I go back to my frame 1 and I press
Okay.
play, you'll see our cube translates and rotates. So that's how you create a quick little motion on your image. If you don't want this motion to occur, if you just want it to pop from one key to the other, you can click this stop motion keyframe after selecting your first key, and you'll see that line will disappear, but our keyframes are still here. So by the time it gets to frame 60, it'll just pop into position, so it's kind of like a stop motion. And if you want to get your motion back, just select your first keyframe and click this Set Motion Keyframe button, and you'll get your motion back. So you'll notice that we created our motion on top of our drawing layer. While this works, it's not always the best workflow. Usually it's a good idea to add a peg to your drawing layer first. So to add a peg, I can either hold down this plus button and click peg, and it will add a peg to whatever drawing layer I have selected, or an easier way is just to click this Add Peg button right here. And now, instead of setting my motion keyframes on my drawing layer where I'll have my frame-by-frame animation happening, I can set motion keys onto my peg so it stays out of the way of my animation. And again, I'll want to set up the pivot using my rotation tool. Just put that in the center.
Okay.
And now that the pivot's set up, on my last keyframe, I can use my transform tool and transform it any way I want to. And you'll see there's no motion keyframes on the drawing layer itself. They're all occurring on the peg layer. So that's how you add motion animation to a drawing layer. One important thing to note is this animate button. So here I have my two keyframes, one on either end, and I'm going to add a keyframe in the middle by clicking my Add Keyframe button. And then in my Animate button, there's a drop-down menu for animate current frame, animate onion skin range, and animate all frames. So right now the behavior is the same as it's always been with the animate current frame. Frame. It's listening to whatever changes we make. And if we select animate all frames, I can select it's listening to whatever. So right now the behavior is the same as it's always been with the animate current frame. It's listening to whatever changes we make. And if we select animate all frames, I can select my transform tool. And on my middle keyframe here, I can scale my box so it's just a thin line and also rotate it. And you can see it's also red, showing that it's affecting the whole animation. And now it's done that same transfer, showing that it's box, so it's can select my transform tool, and on my middle, and if we select animate all frames, I can select my transform tool, and on my middle keyframe here, I can scale my box so it's just a thin line, and also rotate. It using my rotation tool, form tool, the drop to a drawing. 2 keyframes, one on either end. Button. There's a drop-down menu for animate current frame, and it's always animate all frames. I can select my transform tool, and on my middle keyframe here, I can scale my box so it's just a thin line, and also rotate it. And you can see it's also red, showing that it's affecting the whole animation.
That's cool. So this is animate all frames then. It's really cool.
And now, it's done that same transformation on my entire animation. Another useful thing to know is how to ease your animation. So right now, it's moving from left to right in a very linear fashion. It's not very interesting. So to set easing, we select our first keyframe in our motion, and in this drop-down, we can see a whole bunch of graphs for our easing. So the way to think about these is the first set is
Whoa. That is way too good.
your slow start, and the last set down here is your slow at the end. And in the middle here is
So this is supposed to be a slow start and slow end. Okay, this is cool.
slow beginning and slow at the end. So for example, if I were to click slow beginning, our square barely starts at the beginning and then quickly speeds up as it gets to the end. And I've selected the most extreme one, so it starts super slow. If I wanted to ease out,
Yeah, it's different. That's really cool. Hmm. We are the champions, my friends.
and have it just be like a medium ease out, then I'd select that one right there, which is in the middle of these curves. And if I press play, it starts fast and then slows out to the end. So it's a lot more natural of a motion. And if I want it to be soft on the end and the beginning, I'll select one of these S shapes. And if I were to play it, it starts slow, speeds up, then slows out at the end. So this is a really nice soft motion that you can use on your puppeted animation. And same with frames, if you ever want to move these keyframes around, you just select them and drag them where you want them to be. And if you want a motion to be faster, you'd want it to be less frames, and it'll go by fast. And if you want it to be slower, you just need more frames. So now that we know how to create motion keys and add a peg to our drawings, let's create a simple character rig.
Oh, that is really cool. Very useful. Peg hierarchy. Let's see.
To illustrate a basic example of creating a character rig, I've got a simple arm here, which has an upper arm, a lower arm, and a hand. So the first thing I want to do when I'm creating a character rig is to add pegs to all of these layers. And I can do that by shift selecting all of my layers and then pressing the add peg button. And that'll add a peg to all of my layers. The next thing I want to do is set up the pivot points on these pegs. So I want to select my rotation tool and move my peg in place. Since this is the lower arm, I'm going to put it at the elbow. Then I'm going to select my hand peg and move it around where the wrist would be. And then for the upper arm, I'll drag it to the shoulder. Now you'll see if I rotate my upper arm, the rest of the arm doesn't follow along with it. We need to parent the lower arm to the upper arm, and we need to parent the hand to the lower arm. So I'll start with the hand first. So I'll select the hand peg and I'll move it into the lower arm, and you'll see a blue line appear. So when I let go, this hand has now drug into the lower arm peg. But you can see it's on top of our drawing layer, which is down here. So I'm going to drag my lower arm drawing layer and put it just above the hand peg. And then same thing, I'm going to grab my lower arm peg and drag that underneath the upper arm peg. And you'll see that blue line appear showing that it's going to be parented. And I'll let go. So now you can see whenever a layer is stepped to the right one, that means it's parented under the layer above it. So our lower arm is parented under our upper arm, and our hand is parented underneath our lower arm. So now if I select my upper arm, you can see it's selecting all the layers that are parented to it. So now I can take my rotation tool, and I can rotate my upper arm, and all of my layers will follow it. Before I do any of that though, I want to make sure to set keyframes on my first frame. It's really important when you have your character rig all set up to shift select all of your first frames and add motion keyframes to them. Then we can go down in our timeline and do the same thing. So I'll shift select all of my layers, add a motion keyframe, so that way it sets a keyframe on my entire character rig, and then I'll make sure my animate button is turned on, and I'll start moving it into place. So I'll move my upper arm, my lower arm, and my hand. So now we have pretty much the most basic movement you can, but the cool thing is that this is parented, so whatever the upper arm does, the lower parts will follow it. Let's spice it up a bit. So one easy way to spice it up is we could select all of our keyframes using shift select and just set our easing to this S-curve here. And it's already a much more natural motion, but let's spice it up even more. I want to create an anticipation around frame 5. So to do that, I want to copy this first pose here. So I'm going to select all of my keyframes, hold down Control, and drag my keyframes onto about frame 5. And it'll create a duplicate pose. So on my frame 5, I'm going to frame 5. Keyframes, hold down Control, and drag my keyframe. So I'm going to select all of my keyframes, hold down Control, and drag my keyframes onto about frame 5.
Oh,
And
so
it'll create a duplicate pose. So on my frame 5, I'm going to do a little bit of an anticipation, where our hand moves in the opposite direction. And again, I'll select all of these keyframes and I'll set the easing to this S-curve. And if we play it, our hand now has an anticipation before it moves. It's looking better. We're not quite there yet. So here's an anticipation of these keyframes and I'll set the easing to this S-curve. And if we play it, our hand now has an anticipation before it moves. It's looking better. We're not quite there yet. So here I want to do an overshoot. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to shift select all of these keyframes, hold down Control, and drag that to about there. So now we have our end pose copied in two places. In this end pose, I'm going to do an overshoot where it goes just a little bit past our stopping point. And I'll select all of those keyframes and add the S easing onto it as well. Now if we play it, we've got a hand that has an anticipation and an overshoot. And one more final thing we can do, we can add a drag onto our hand simply by clicking in the middle, adding a keyframe, and then rotating this hand so it drags behind. That's a super easy way to just add a little bit of drag into your animation.
That is cool. Yes, correct manga. Simon says, "Hey yo, hey Simon, how's it going? Welcome
So
to the
our
stream."
node view is located right here, and usually I like a lot of space for my node view, so I'm going to click this up arrow, which will hide this panel
Oh,
up
this
here,
is a
and I'll
view.
drag this divide node view. So our node view is located right here, and usually I like a lot of space for my node view, so I'm going to click this up arrow, which will hide this panel up here, and I'll drag this divider over to the left a little bit. So now I have a wider view of my node view. And to navigate your node view, we simply use space to pan around just like before, and 1 and 2 to zoom in and out. If I zoom out, you can see my layers are all the way over here, and the quickest way to organize this is by clicking this button up here.
Yeah, Toon Boom is amazing, honestly, so far. I have no idea how I've waited this long.
Order node view. You can either click up or down. So the easiest way to organize this is to select all of your nodes and then to click either one of these buttons up here, and a window will pop up. I usually just press OK. And now our nodes have these buttons up here, and a window will select order node view. You can either click up or down. So the easiest way to use space to pan around just like before, and 1 and 2 to zoom in and out. If I zoom out, you can see my layers are all the way over here, and the quickest way to organize this is by clicking this button up here, Order Node View. You can either click up or down. So the easiest way to organize this is to select all of your nodes, and then to click either one of these buttons up here, and a window will pop up. I usually just press OK, and now our nodes are all in order. So that's a really quick way to organize your nodes. If you don't see these icons up here, you can right-click in this area at the top and select this node view. So if it's not visible, I can right-click up here and select node view, and those buttons will appear again. So the node view is the same thing that's going on in your timeline view down here. These are the exact same thing, just a different way to look at it. So the leftmost layer is the one that's on top, and the rightmost layer is on the bottom. So you can see it starts with lower arm, hand, then upper arm. Same with here, it starts with lower arm, hand, then upper arm. And if you wanted to rearrange how these layers are stacked, you can drag these boxes to put them in different orders. Or if you want to make it so it doesn't show up but your layer still exists, you can drag it off of your composite node like so, and the layer will disappear. And if you want to reattach it, you can drag it back onto your composite. Also in this node
that's
view,
so cool.
you'll notice a composite node. You can think of this as sort of your stage. This is where all of your animation happens. Then under that we have a display node. This is what allows us to see what is happening in the camera view. And you can actually have more than one display node. So this is useful if you want to isolate on a certain part of your scene. And to view it, we can go down into our timeline, right-click on an empty area, and select display. So now this drop-down window appears, and we can click on an empty area, your scene, and to view it, we can go down into our timeline, right-click on an empty area, and select display. So now this drop-down window appears, and we can select display, display all, or display one. So display one, since it's attached to my upper arm, that's all I can see. So that's an easy way to work on specific parts of your animation. The right node is for exporting. So I can click on these yellow boxes to adjust the properties of these nodes. So if I click on that for my right node, we can see all of our options for exporting. So you can either do a drawing sequence by checking this box and selecting what drawing type to use. I usually use PNG4 because that allows for transparency. Or you can check the movie option and uncheck drawing to export a movie. And if you want to change where it exports, you can check the node is for exporting. So I can click on these yellow boxes to adjust the properties of these nodes. So if I click on that for my right node, we can see all of our options for exporting. So you can either do a drawing sequence by checking this box and selecting what drawing type to use. I usually use PNG4 because that allows for transparency. Or you can check the movie option and uncheck drawing to export a movie. And if you want to change where it exports, you can click this choose button to navigate where you want it to save to. And to export using this right option, it's under File, Export, and Render Right Nodes. We'll go over a different way to export later. And the cool thing about right nodes is you can copy and paste these and make a new right node for every single layer you want to export. So for example, I could make these all
Oh, that's
drawing
so cool.
exports, and it would export a drawing sequence for each one of my layers. So that's super useful for compositing in different programs. But let's talk about parenting.
Nice.
So we
That
want to
is
do
so
the same
cool.
thing. We want to add pegs to all of our layers. So I'm going to select all of my layers by dragging a box around them, and then clicking my Add Peg button again. And it's added all of my pegs, and I want to organize it. So I'm going to select all of my nodes, and click my Organize Node View button again. Press OK. Select all of the button again. All of my layers by dragging a box around them, and then clicking my Add Peg button again. And it's added all of my pegs, and I want to organize it. So I'm going to select all of my nodes, and click my Organize Node View button again. Press OK. So now we have our layers with all their pegs on them. So now we want to arrange these so that they're parented correctly. So I want the upper arm to be on top, I want the hand to be the lowest part of the hierarchy, and I want the lower arm to be right in the middle. So to parent the lower arm onto the upper arm, I can drag a line from the top of this peg onto my upper arm peg. So now if I select my upper arm peg and get my rotation tool, and again move my anchor points to where they need to be on all these pegs. So if I select my upper arm peg, you can see my lower arm peg is getting selected as well. So I need to do the same thing for the hand. I'm going to drag a line from my lower arm peg onto my hand peg, and now we have the same rig that we had before, just a different way to set it up. If I want to remove any of these nodes, I can hold Alt and drag, and that'll keep the connection in place, but take that node out of the connection. And likewise, if I want to add a node in between a connection, I can hold Alt and drag this node, and it'll snap into place in between that connection. So that's really useful to know. So that's the basics of using the node view.
Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So this is a node view. Let's order them. Layer spacing, I don't know. 10? 20? Nah. Sure. Okay, let's try doing this. So now these are unique, I think. Yeah, they're all unique now. If I were to remove this. Nice. Okay, let's add pegs to them. Sam says, I've been working with Toon Boom for 3 years. Oh, wow. If you're struggling, just ask. Oh, wow, okay, thank you. But just wow, that is an amazing coincidence. But yeah, it's amazing. Like, I've been using Adobe Animate, and now I feel like I did not even experience a proper animation software. This is so powerful, so good. You wanna know what my favorite tool is so far? It's this. So, wait. Wait, why can't I draw? Okay. Let me show you. Okay, it's this. See? It's not a complete circle, but okay. It's not coloring it. I don't know why. Let's find out. Okay. Where's everything else? I hid everything. Oh yeah, there it is. This is it. This is the bucket thing. Okay, this is embarrassing. Probably will take some time to get used to. Yeah, the fill gap option. Yeah. For some reason it isn't filling the gap. I guess this is 10 pixels and this is more than 10 pixels. Yeah, I know it's in the tool options. I was just looking for it because when it's like this, I can't see a tool options. So I had to press this button to get it down. Wait. So I guess it needs to be a smaller gap. Maybe something like this. There we go. That is fantastic. That was 99. Well, 70% of the time I have to struggle filling in the gaps. You can also add invisible strokes. Yes, I had learned that from the previous tutorial, which is to use this close gap. And I can do this. And now if I press K, this is filled. And I can do this. Nice. It is fantastic. And also what I really love is I can just press, for example, B, and it would draw, and I would get back to my default tool, which let's say it is my drawing tool. Let's say this is my default brush. What I really love is I can press S to select it, and then the selection tool wouldn't be selected anymore. It would just select it temporarily. So I could just like color it, maybe. Wait, why is it loading? Okay, it takes some time to load, I guess. So I can color, continue drawing, color. It takes some time. That's okay. And continue drawing, which is really cool. And saves a lot of time, to be honest. Every time I keep having to go back and forth between tools, and I forget what tool I have selected. So I color something instead of drawing, and that can be a bit frustrating. So this is good. Yeah, you don't have to deselect it when you switch tool. Yeah, exactly. Which is fantastic. What was I trying to do? Oh yeah, pegs. Doing pegs. Okay. So let's hide this. Also, yeah, do you have any idea how to zoom out of this I'm using? Or is it like specific to the kind of display I'm using? Like I'm using a Cintiq 16-inch. And as you can see, everything is like crammed together. But when I see this dude's workspace,
on all these
Everything
pegs?
is properly spaced, you see? All the tools are much smaller, and he has overall much more space on his on Toon Boom. But here you see my icons are much bigger, and my windows are much bigger. My resolution is 1080p. Yeah, it is. It is, yeah. I believe so. Let's make sure we... Yeah, see? 1080p. Oh, it needs to be higher than that? So this is more than 1080p? I guess it's the Cintiq 30-something inches that is like 4K. Okay. That's sad. But it's okay. I thought I was in the video. Never mind. Yeah, 1080p should be fine. Then why is mine zoomed in? Dun, 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 dun. Maybe it's in preferences? Okay. Z says, yo! Yo, Z, how's it going? Welcome back. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I want them to be... Wait, what does it look like when it's parented? This is what it looks like when it's parented. Trunk peg is parented to this. Okay, I see. So this is also parented to this, and this is parented to this, right? Right, I think so. So now it should rotate. This should rotate the whole thing. So this should rotate here. Yeah, fantastic. It works. Okay, I think I got it. Oh, nice. I just saw your Discord message. Oh, thanks, Simon. Really appreciate it. Working professional 2D puppet animator. Nice. Do you have something I can check out? You can send me a link on the Discord. I'd love to check out your stuff. It's really cool. Such a really good coincidence. Okay. So if you never had a 30 plus Cintiq, I guess it should be possible for me to fix this resolution thing. I hope, I think, maybe. Could be, possibly. Let's see. Okay, let me save and close. I have a showreel, nice. Let's check it out. If you're okay with it, of course. Browse. Motion test. Yes. Should I share a link here? You can't, even if you wanted. You have to share it on Discord. YouTube deletes your messages if they contain links. Yeah, it's still zoomed in. That's a suck. When I put it on my other screen, everything looks good. Maybe it has something to do with the two screens? Maybe. Okay, let's try something. In general, you can send it to me in the... I mean, you could send it in general if you'd like. You could also send it to me via a private message like you did now. I just saw your message. Display settings. Let's try something here. Extend, show only 2. Keep changes. I'm still here, guys. Don't worry. Let's try this. You guys can see my stuff, right? Yeah, you guys can see the motion test. Yeah, it's still zoomed in, so it has nothing to do with the two screens. Okay, this is really annoying. Extend displays, changes. Put this here. All right, sounds good. What's my thing? There we go. Chat is good. Let's check it out. Nice. I like the cover art for it. Simon Henry. 2D animation video. Oh, nice. This looks like a Cartoon Network animation. Oh, this is really good. Whoa. You're like a real deal animator. Wow. Love how you can do all of these different art styles. Like, I couldn't do any, like, much difference in Adobe Animate, but this is really good. Like, this is absolute high quality animation, wow. Whoa, I like this. I like how the, wait. This looks really good. Wow, this is fantastic. This is puppet animation. Oh wow. It's fantastic, honestly. I feel like the professor is showing my work to the class. Oh wow. Did you learn on your own, or did you like, what was your process in learning? Are you self-taught, or did you go to a course, or did you go to an animation school, or like what? Bum, 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 bum. See here, it's zoomed out and I can see everything properly. I don't have to like everything is clear. But when I drag it here, everything is crammed up. It's like everything is one resolution. Maybe it's the size of the screen, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't care about the size of the screen, but rather the resolution. Boom, boom. Resolution. First, choose a multimedia kind of path focused on video, filming, and editing, weddings, and such. Also, you didn't even, your career wasn't originally based on animation. It was more for like filming and weddings. Oh, that's really interesting. So you took up animation on your own? I had already done some animation in Blender. I discovered that Animator could be a full-time job and went to a private school in Toulouse. Oh, okay. I see. So you first chose multimedia and then you switched and studied animation. That's really interesting. Nice. That is fantastic. I should have. So you're French, right? So I should have known a lot of French because I studied French in school, but I forgot most of it. I only remember stuff like Je m'appelle Arfis and like really important stuff, like something you need to really remember, like when you're in school and you have to tell your teacher, you say Je voudrais aller à toilette when you really want to go to the bathroom. I think because you needed this, it sticks, you know? And I know Je suis chaud means two meanings. One is I'm feeling hot, and the other means something incredibly wrong. Usually spoken in a much more different context. Mostly because of that video on YouTube, the one with French. Wait, let me show you. Wait. What was that video? French, basically. No, not this. I don't think you Google it this way. This way. Just not into you. Look into you. How to know if... Yeah, exactly the same in English with hot and hot. Yeah. Is into you. No, not this. How to know if the girl is into you. Where's the YouTube videos? Oh yeah, this is it. Casually explained.
I know a lot of guys have trouble picking up on the
Casually
signs of whether or not a
explained
girl is into them,
French.
so
Yeah, this video. Just really good.
So I had a great opportunity to spend around 5 months in Lyon doing a French language course, and when I went, I knew absolutely zero French. And let me tell you, French is extremely unforgiving for beginners. Not because it's super hard,
Oh yeah,
because
omelette
it's a
au
minefield of
fromage.
inevitable social disasters. So French has a ton of similar words to English, so you start freestyling when you're not sure what the right word is, and that is a
Freestyling.
terrible, terrible mistake. Okay, so decided is this.
Wait, where's the
integrated,
word?
intégré, concentrated, concentré. So how do you think you would say excited? Excité. Pretty straightforward guess. So how would you say I'm excited to meet you? Here's the template. Je suis blank de faire votre connaissance.
This is
So
gonna...
let's say you're meeting the mother of your host family and you say Je suis excité de faire votre connaissance. But wait, why is she looking at you funny? Because you just said I'm horny to meet you. Basically, once I got that one behind me, I thought I was in the clear, but I was only just getting started. So baisser means I'm
Oh
horny.
yeah, j'ai
If you're
chaud.
talking about an
Not...
apple, elle est
yeah.
bonne means it is secretary.
Yeah, this.
Je chaud means I'm hot. Je suis chaud means I'm horny. If you're talking about an apple, elle est bonne.
Love how this video, like, stuck with me and my French more than school did. I remember this distinction more than what I learned in school. And also, when you say number 80 in French, it's like 420s or something like that, which is really weird. And when you say 90, it's like 420s and 10. I don't know. Wait, let's see how many numbers I remember. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 14. Okay, I forgot. 18, 19. Yeah, there's a blank in there somewhere. Oh man. But yeah, let's get back on topic. Oh yeah. Low resolution on Cintiq 4K copy. Yeah, let's see. Maybe this has the answer. Nope. Very tiny. Oops, this page does not exist. Let's log in. Wait, what? We already logged in. Yo. Why are we not logged in? Log in. Wait, what? Okay. Your first notification. Okay, let's go back now. Toon Boom community. This page does not exist. Fantastic. Queen sees Decept. Yeah. A really monstrous way of saying 80. Wait, but wait, no. Queens sees Decept. This is 17. So this is like 97? Just a guess. There's this beautiful sentence in French that I learned from Ghibli's movie, The Wind is Rising. Le vent se lève, il faut tenter de vivre. The wind is rising, we must try to live. What? That's so nice, actually. It's really beautiful. The wind is rising, we must We must try to live. Wow. Le vent se lève, il faut tenter de vivre. Le vent se lève, il faut tenter de vivre. Nice. Vivre. C'est la vie. Yeah. I only know the iconics of the phrase is very tiny on Surface Pro. Let's just search here, I guess. Popular, recent, more. Interface, small. Any way to change it? Right click on Harmony icon, choose properties, go to compatibility tab, check display, disable display second, and hide DPI settings. Okay, let's see. Well, first well, maybe we can do that from here. Never mind. Click on Harmony icon, choose properties. Okay, it's definitely not this. Wait, what happened? Let's see, Harmony, more, file location, properties, compatibility. Disable. Go to compatibility tab, check disable display scaling. On high DPI settings. Disable display scaling. What? The wind is rising. We must try to live. I'm scared to use any of this. Both monitors should have the same resolution. Okay. Also error. Damn it. Bit brain moment. Baby, give me a sec. Okay. This is definitely something we are looking into. Continue to share your feedback.
Here called scale under display. So as you increase this, you increase the UI resolution in Blender. So 2 is the maximum, and
Okay. Z has stopped working. Oh man. Yeah. Okay. I mean, is this really how it's supposed to be used? Is this the same video?
Here
Yeah.
called
He says, I hear. I hear. Yeah, the screens are supposed to have the same resolution. Or interface large. He says, I will fail until the day I die. For the day I do not fail is the day I live a lie. Oh, that's really nice. And I love quotes that rhyme as well. I will fail until I die. For the day I do not fail is the day I live a lie. Hard to explain, so I made a video.
Hi. Again,
Hey,
a
this
pleasure
is
to
the
meet you.
opposite of
For
what I
those
want.
curious, I'll show you what I've got so far with this shot at the end of the video.
Wow.
But for now, let me just show you.
This is the exact
windows.
opposite. Mine is too big. Display settings. This does not help with the icons. It's the opposite for me. Setting the scaling. Wait a moment. We can actually change it from inside. Let's see. Can actually change it. Changes. Changes. Time may change me. Time. General levels of undo 100 is really good.